count on him, Ted Johnson. Brayan Bello just keeps pumping out quality starts. He's not Baby Pedro. Thankfully, we put that stupid nickname to rest and to bed. But if you want a middle-of-the-rotation quality starter, suddenly Brayan Bello is one of your guys.
Yeah. No, this is
you feeling it?
Good. No, you guys are out of your minds.
He's jacked up like he had
positive vibes. I mean, look,
you're at Fenway Park. It's a 5-3 win. There's another ball game. How can you not get caught up?
He had 5 luckies. I'm wearing a Ted Johnson shirt. Are you Debbie Downer?
I just like to look at things a little bit more in depth. I mean, they've won 3 out of 4. That's great, but. One of the games they won, they basically had the answers to the test. They knew what the pitches
still
were.
Counts.
Yeah, no, it does, but it doesn't give me a lot of hope and faith that they've turned it around. Just winning 3 out of 4 against an average Cincinnati Reds team. So no, I do not share in you guys' enthusiasm. I'd like to see, go 7 out, win 7 out of 10, win 5 in a row. Come on, please, guys. To think all of a sudden they have figured things out and turned things around. What would evidence gives you that that would suggest that?
None. It's called faith, Ted. Actually, no. I'm just being I'm being a little bit silly.
Faith,
well, sometimes great
winning
journeys.
3 out of 4 is better than losing 6 straight.
Journeys sometimes
That's
great.
a fact, Jack.
Great ones actually begin with what, Andy? A leap of faith. Now, what if I tell you this, Ted Johnson? Winners of 3 of 4. If they win tonight, go to Washington, win 2 of 3, as they should, that'll make them.
Well, ask me then.
That'll make them
that
winners.
worried me, though.
Ask me then.
Because every time I've said they should do something, because, Ted, you said the Reds are a mediocre baseball team. Absolutely. So are the Angels, and they whooped you. Yeah. There are teams that have been feasting on you. Now it's time for you to actually beat some of the mediocre baseball teams. And I'm not saying, full speed ahead, we're rolling downhill, and playoffs, here we come. But when you look at it, Bello, as I said, reliable. Aroldis Chapman has become one of the more enjoyable.
All the pitchers not named Walker Buehler have been reliable.
And
so
soon he will be
that's
gone,
not a big
hopefully.
surprise.
Right. So you're starting to get pitching. You have had some timely hitting. We've asked for it. We don't want home runs. We don't want you jacking for the fences. Hey, Willie Abreu, just hit it over the infield, into the outfield. Let the guy who's on base.
You guys think they
score.
figured something out here in this last series or the last 2 games with the Reds?
I don't know.
When in 2 games ago they had all the pitch, they knew what pitches were coming, and so
yeah. But what about the 2 games before that? They also scored 15 runs.
But I'm encouraged also, Ted.
But they lost the series against the Jays.
The Red Sox from late April through early May, and then again of mid to late June, Andy, would have found a way to be up 2-1, get soaked by the rain, come back the next day, and blow it.
Sure.
The Red Sox today played great defense. Also, by the way, did you guys know Trevor Story was leading the majors, turning 51 double plays? That's not bad. That's not bad. Not
I
bad.
wish that
They also know
some wins.
More offense.
There was a
wins as
routine
well.
ground ball to shortstop that they tried to collide with each other and ruin the end of a game. So they almost Red Sox.
They almost socked it up.
What's your biggest issue with this team?
My biggest issue?
What's your biggest issue? Number
Still,
1.
strikeouts.
Okay, how many strikeouts
10.
do you have? Yeah. Okay, so let's not get all worked up about
It was under the under, though. I had it under 10.5.
What do they say about a good team? They find a way to win even when they don't have their best day, their best stuff,
10
their best
strikeouts
whatever.
has been the benchmark for this team.
Yes, it's bad.
They've won games still striking out 10 times, but they have lost a hell of a lot more striking out 10 times.
And I would not
They
advise.
got lucky that they won, even though they struck out 10 times.
I would advise they not strike out 10 times tonight if they want to win that baseball game. It's a pretty simple first step towards victory for me. But no, I'm starting to. I think, and the top of the order today actually wasn't good. All the damage was done by the back end of the order, and something that's...
Is that what we have now, a top and a back end?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we have, because sometimes the guys that are at the top get pushed to the back end a day later, so when he's moving the lineup around.
Right.
But Alex Cora did talk about he feels like he's starting to be on the verge of extending his lineup. Abreu is back. Bregman is on the horizon. Yoshida is not only on the horizon, he's apparently taking some reps at first base, some
Team player.
drills.
Bro, a 10-year-old could take those grounders that he's been taking.
Well, actually, a 10-year-old said no and ended up in San Francisco.
Yeah. Ted woke up today and chose negativity, baby.
I'm surprised
choose
you guys are coming in here like all happy and joy when this team has horribly underperformed all year.
All year, but not today. Don't chastise them for past mistakes and errors and strike. They went out and got a win today. Let's just focus on today. Today was a pretty solid baseball game. It also is one of those, not a 1-1 run win, Ted, but at least a close game where they found a way to not F it up.
And get insurance runs when they needed to. Now, granted, Trevor Story fell off a bag, probably could have extended the inning, maybe made it 6-3.
Sure.
Beyond, et cetera. They did find a way, to, as you said, to almost socks it up a little bit. But you know what, Ted? Sometimes Dad continues to come home in a bad mood every night. And one night, every now and again, he comes home, he's in a good mood. Let's celebrate that good mood and just be grateful for it.
You don't need to tell me how I need to feel right now. I appreciate that, guys. You guys feel how you want, and I'm going to feel how I feel. So,
and I actually,
you need a little bit of pushback. I mean,
no, I agree with you. I actually like what you're doing, and I like that you feel that way because I think that's the legitimate feeling that a Red Sox fan, Red Sox Nation is in right now.
If you polled everybody right now, do they feel like they've turned things around? What do you think your little Twitter poll would say? Patriots fans.
That was very patronizing.
I'm sorry. I'm looking down.
He looks at me, and literally and figuratively, you look down.
I'm just. You think people are bought into this team?
Some
now?
people. I think there is a portion. There's a larger portion that feels like you and says, I've fallen for this. I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe again.
You got that right, Jack.
But maybe, just maybe, if this team can build a little momentum pre-Bregman, pre-Yoshida, and then add those to the mix. And then, have you guys noticed that it's a very easy get? I think we should put a request in for Craig Breslow and not the robot Craig Breslow. He's on Nesson every night telling the world he's going to go make trades and make the team better. And
why is he on such a spokesman spree?
Weird.
Because every time I listen to the morning show or the midday show, it's Craig Breslow, and I'm about to say, like, hey, host, come on, that was 2 nights ago. And it's like, no, that was last night's game.
Tom Caron and Craig Breslow every night.
It feels like, and I put this in my notes, and I wanted to bring this up. There was an article in the Globe a few days ago talking about a prospect, and it just felt like, wait a minute, the team's 4 games under 500. It just feels like the Red Sox are planting positive stories all the time recently. It's kind of this. They're like, let's just stay positive. Let's keep things positive. Let's keep people kind of stay hanging in there.
That's what rich people do to the poor people.
But and we're all buying it. You guys are suckers.
It's almost
sorry, boys, I'm busy.
It's almost as if Andy,
the
majority owner of the Red Sox and president of the sports group, owns the biggest newspaper in town.
It does, and it does.
Imagine if he did that.
It does feel like campaigning. When I see Craig Breslow all the time, and there's 3 people I hear all the time these days. It's Michelle Wu, Josh Kraft, and Craig Breslow, right? And those are the people. 2 of them are actually campaigning for a job. They want to be mayor of Boston, right? The other one is campaigning, I guess, to let us know he's still going to add to this team, and they still believe they can get to where 92 wins, Fitzy. He promised it. He started it. We didn't make the number up. I want to remind people.
And we kind of rode with it, though.
We didn't make the number up. Craig Breslow said 92 wins. That's where Fitzy got his tote board, the countdown to 92. And that is still, Ted, a long ways off.
Yeah.
They
lost 7 out of 8 before they won the last two games. And I'll be honest, I mean, you even listen to Cora. Cora felt like they were starting to turn things around, mentioning all the guys coming back, but just kind of giving little examples of guys starting to figure things out. So, look, I mean, I get it. It's a long season. You got to stay positive. But I don't see any just hard evidence that all of a sudden this team that was been just maddening all season has clicked in and now they got things.
Well, what I like is I feel like they've backed themselves into a corner heading into the trade deadline. And I love it because they're winning right now. Let's just take this short sample. You win 3 out of 4. You're heading towards the All-Star break. If you win, that's a team that the GM has already said he wants to add to. If you're winning more than you're losing, you absolutely have to add. So all these things I'm reading online about trading Chapman and trading Bregman and trading Duran, oh, hell no. Your GM is on Nesson every night telling me he's going to add to this baseball team, and you're winning games. You're closing the gap. They have, in my opinion, there is absolutely no way they are anything except buyers, and they need to buy something that we've heard of. Remember a couple of years ago when they traded for, was it Danny Jansen, the catcher from the freaking Blue Jays, and you're like, wait, that's your right-handed bat addition?
I barely remember that.
I had to Google him, and I'm like, no, that's nothing. When they make a deal, I need to immediately say, oh, that helps the Boston Red Sox. They're a better baseball team. So that's what I like about it, Ted. To me, they're boxing themselves into a corner where they are absolutely must-buy scenario.
I get what you're saying. They know that we're going to use their words against them. So they basically, you're not going to be going touting that we're going to buy. And then when it's the time to deliver, I'm trying to see how many games we have left. before the trade deadline.
I think it's
computer's all jacked up.
approximate. I think they got like 12 before the All-Star break, and then they have 10 after. So I want to say
right.
21, 22.
Okay, so a good amount of time to kind of see what you got, but you gotta win 2/3 of your game.
Yeah, and that's
The rest
all
of the
they've-
way.
That's all they've
Well,
ever
but
asked
at least
for.
to the break to justify, I think, buying.
But that's all Cora's ever asked for. That's one thing he's maintained. Other than they're a good baseball team, he says win the series. Generally, they're a 3-game series. You win 2 games, you lose 1 game, you won the series, right? That's basically what Alex Cora has asked for from this baseball club all year. But I do like when I don't see any way they don't buy. Like with what they're doing in terms of a PR spin and winning some baseball games and bringing, we've talked about like riots in the streets, pitchforks. If you're a seller, and don't tell me, oh, well, you kind of sold, but you kind of bought. If you trade anyone away named Duran, Bregman, or Chapman, you're a seller. You're absolutely not a buyer.
And as Bradfo told us when we were here on Monday as well, Giolito.
Yeah.
He feels that's also a punt move, even though he could be extremely valuable to someone and pick you up a right-handed bat you desperately need.
Okay, I'll add him to the group. You don't give me like, but we did add this. No. You got rid of something, so at best it was a net zero, a net gain of nothing. And this could change a lot, Ted. You're right. This could absolutely change in the 22 games. Is that what we just said?
That's 22, 23.
If you throw like another 8-game, 6-game losing streak in there and then just play okay, so conditions on the ground have changed. But I just think they're playing marginally better baseball right now. Marginally better baseball and beating a team that they probably should. Yes, did they have the answers to one of the tests in one of the games? They absolutely did, but
win.
That counts.
Yeah.
I don't think the expatriate wants us going back and talking about fake wins and answers.
No idea
to
what
tests.
you're talking about.
He sounds like someone that's been down this road a number of times before, and he's staring the Red Sox in the mirror, saying, "Don't hurt me again.
It's just,
I don't want to get hurt."
It's been that kind of season, though, Fitzy. Like I don't.
You're right.
It's
You're
been a
1000%
season that
right.
is the minute I've gotten excited about this team, they've gone on losing streaks.
Yes.
And they started, making errors in the field, striking out, and bad base running. It's like just when you think they figured it out. So why I don't understand why this time all of a sudden it's gonna be different.
Have you seen any Reese's Pieces that lead you toward success, that lead you toward belief, toward faith? What have you seen? If I asked you to play devil's advocate to your own argument, what have you seen that might lead you toward, okay, I like that.
Better starting pitching.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
always
better,
the key.
Better defense.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay.
Roman Anthony.
Ding, ding.
So that's a few things.
Yeah, see?
It's not enough to convince me that
It's
they
a
have
start.
figured it out.
We got to start someplace.
Who's coming back soon? Who said he's ahead of the timeline? Who has a big smile on his face?
The timeline. Does anybody know what Bregman's timeline is? Because yeah, it's so everybody's thought he's ahead of the timeline. What was that timeline again?
Well, we were told the 18th of July, right after the All-Star game.
But originally it was pre-All-Star game. Then they bumped it and said, nope, he's post-All-Star game.
I think that was a Boris thing, which just reeked of PR to me.
And now it might be pre-All-Star game again? Okay. We got 11 games, I believe, before the All-Star game.
They did it perfectly. They got you so confused. You don't even know when the return date is. So when he does come back, you're going to think it's ahead of what the return date was.
He is going to return for the final series before the All-Star break, because I actually think, ex-athlete, tell me this. Would there be value to getting him back for a series, let's say, then he gets the All-Star break to rest, deal with whatever soreness maybe he has, get back, and then boom, he's ready to go second half
I
of
think
the season?
opposite. I think why you rush him back? It's just like if he was close to playing just a couple games before the All-Star break, and then you put him out there and he re-injures it, then the season's over.
617-779-7937. We're talking Red Sox. Are you on the Andy Hart, Nick Fitzstevens side of things? Feeling a little optimistic? We got some wins. We got some reasons for hope. Or are you with Mr. Teddy Negativity? Teddy is not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe again.
You're a critical thinker.
This team has screwed him, and he's being overly critical.
I want to believe. I want to be that fan. I want to believe.
Right. I choose positivity. Ted Johnson chooses violence today. 617-779-7937. WEEI Afternoons live from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. We'll continue to break down this Red Sox win, look ahead to tonight's second leg of the doubleheader. We also need to touch on the Boston Red Sox and the Boston Bruins. There is some excitement from Don Sweeney, apparently, because he doesn't think you need to score goals, and he thinks he's going to get better defense next year for some reason. We'll talk about that. And Dame Lillard Yesterday we talked about Giannis. Is there another former Buck or former, I guess he officially will be a former Buck soon, Dame Lillard? The Celtics made a call. Would you envision Dame Lillard, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum as a nice core for the next leg here of a championship chase with the Boston Celtics? That's up next on WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Summer isn't just a season, it's a feeling. Riding a roller coaster with a breathtaking view. Parasailing high above the Pacific Ocean. And of course, driving off in a new Lexus during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select performance models now through September 2nd, because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale, retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river. Give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
Indeed, at least two members of WEEI Afternoons jumping around after a Red Sox 5-3 win over the Reds this afternoon at Fenway Park. We are in our Ford Fenway Clubhouse studios, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Ted Johnson, though, is a little bit more dubious. He's been fooled before by this team this year, previous years. So,
grounded, realistic, pragmatic. Those are other descriptors too.
Well, okay. So we have a little bit of a split decision here in the studio. Let's see what the manager had to say after this win. Let's see what his taking of the temperature of his team is. Let's listen to some post-game Alex Cora.
It's great, man. The 0-2 walk, right, and then the homer. But then after that, I was talking to the starters. That was a good learning experience for him because every pitch mattered. You know, as a starter, you give up three, like the last one, 6 innings. You're happy, but there, he needed to make pitches the whole game, and did a great job with the runners. Kept them at first. In the last game, they stole 2 or 3, I think it was. Was in command, got the ground balls. We played good defense behind him, and a really good one. He had enough to go into the 9th, but we had that guy, 350 for him now. It's amazing. It's amazing.
How nice is it not to have to use anyone other than Chapman and State?
Yeah, that was the plan, and it's hard, but understanding where we're going in the next game. We made the decision yesterday right away, like, hey, it's his game, and if they score 5 against him, it's his game. We have to save the bullpen, understanding that tomorrow's an off day, and then we gotta, I think, how many in a row after that? The rest until the All-Star break, so we gotta be smart.
Was there any consideration that, as you know, he has struggled in afternoon games, and moving him out of a game he was supposed to pitch at night and pitch in the afternoon?
No, I mean, he needs to learn, right? And it was at 2:30, so hopefully, that extra hour of sleep helped him out. It's a different family now. His kids are in town, all that, so he's been getting up earlier. So, all kidding aside, he was amazing.
Is it satisfying for you when you put in the pinch runner like that and he scores in the?
Not for me. I mean, we prefer our guys to execute, and he took a chance there. He was safe. Willie with a base hit, and then Trevor with a big swing. So, I mean, Toro again, puts up on play early on, gets a second, great base running too on the fly ball. If the center fielder catches that, probably he doesn't tag, but Lux caught that one and took advantage of the scattering report there, and the walk or get on base, and Willie put the ball in play again.
With Brayan, there's first pitch swing, miss, change up, second pitch they double up on the change up, that's adapting, right? What have you seen in terms? What are you seeing in terms of his? Is that situational awareness? Is that in-game adjustment?
I got to talk to him about it, but we've been talking about hunting certain areas. We know that there's areas that he struggles with, although he will get you, if you keep going. But there's areas that he will put the ball in play. He will hit it hard, and he did a good job just staying humble in that swing and putting the ball in play, and good things happen.
With that idea of staying humble, when he came up in 23, he made such a positive impression. It seemed like he was kind of an all-fields guy who
took walks.
Yeah, took walks, all fields, the ball in terms of A swing, B swing, C swing. How the dial has kind of turned up somewhat in terms of...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've never been in that situation, but he had 12 right away, and you start feeling differently, right? And throughout the year, if you look at his body, right, early on, he was underweight, right, because he was sick during spring training. Now he looks stronger, so it's a different body than the one early in the season. Probably he fits stronger, just to let the A swing play. But in this game, I still believe, and JD Martinez used to say it, you have your golf bag, right, and you take the club that you need for that pitcher, right, or that situation. And today, he put the ball in play with one strike, and we got the W.
The other day he said he was feeling incredible since coming off the injured list. What have you seen from him in these last couple of weeks, and how important is his presence?
It's important, and the healthier we get, the better it's going to be because the lineup is going to be longer. Maybe he'll hit lower in the lineup, and that's going to be good for us, just like Carlos, right? And we just have to stay with him, keep him healthy. That's the most important thing. As you know, last year after the injury in the dugout, it was hard for him. Like being on the ground and put good swings. He was off balance probably the whole time, but he grinded through it. He learned from it, and our job now is to keep him healthy.
Manager Alex Cora after the 5-3 win, and Alex Spear. Geez, let somebody else ask a question. It was borderline a one-on-one. Was there nobody at the press conference? Heard Sean McAdam and then Alex Spear.
Pitbull, man. If you're not going to get your question in there, then do what you got to do, Alex.
Those are the two baseball guys, though.
I know, but I mean, the only baseball was Bradfo. Bradfo, sneak a question in there. Ted, you wanted to hear from the manager.
Yeah.
What did you think of the tone and tenor of his post-game remarks?
Just what I thought it would be. Pumping up is basically most of the dialogue was him pumping up Bello, which he should.
Right.
I mean, Brayan Bello is having a good year.
Damn right he is.
And he, it's easy. What the Red Sox had a 2-1 lead when he started the game today.
Yes.
So he had a 1-run little cushion. That helps, but he needed to be nails. They didn't want to go to their bullpen, and so the kid's been playing well. So he's very positive about that. But that's his. I think that's what he does. I think he's the positive guy, even when things are going bad. He picks the spots every now and then where he feels like, okay, I got to lean into him, but it's very rare that he does that. So I'm not surprised to hear Alex Cora excited and positive about his baseball team.
Massive dub on the day as well as actually just getting the win, Andy, is like Ted mentioned, not having to dip into the bullpen. Getting 5 out of Bello and then the gas from Chapman when you have the legend of Bernardino on the mound tonight. Yeah.
Well,
big.
and not just not having to use the bullpen. That old A team, I love it when a plan comes together. I think there's something feel-goody about we had a plan today. It was Bello for 5, and then we're going to Chapman. And just having it actually play out the way you thought about it in your meetings with Veritek and everybody pregame. To me, there's a little bit of value in that. Like,
it's huge. We're
professionals.
It very rarely happens, I think, because
especially with this,
because of the first inning.
Right. Especially with this.
They're the worst first inning pitching team in the major leagues. So the plan you have right before after the national anthem is sung, you know what?
Like
throw it out.
Throw it out the window. It's gone. Yeah. The one thing I will say, a hint of negativity there that I didn't love, or Bello, a little maturing maybe, and now it was negativity in the past, is Dan Ball driving in was like, daytime Bello, you never know. He's not good in the daytime. And Alex Cora just said, well, it's a different spot now, 2:30, so hopefully the later start time helps him. And now he has his family here, a little different lifestyle. He definitely insinuated that Bello was partying before daytime starts there. That's the only way you can take that, in my opinion, is that the manager thought he was staying out too late before daytime starts.
That's a great, you just connected the dots, because I would not, look, man, I had my fun after I retired. When I played football, I was all business, but when I retired, hockey players, baseball players, they can go hard, even though they got games the next night. So
that's what Alex Cora just said. That Brayan Bello, nights before he was pitching games, was out too much.
He needed to figure it out, because you know why? He was handed the ball he wouldn't need day one starter. And they videoed it, and and then we saw what happens.
Big deal.
So he needed to live. He needs to live up to the hype, and he hasn't been this year. He's a different player.
And now he just falls in line behind Garrett Crochet and Giolito and some of the veterans on this staff. So love it when a plan comes together. The plan was to go Bello to Chapman. That's what they did. Bello gave you the innings. Chapman gave you the gas for the save. 5-3 win for the Red Sox. They'll be here at Fenway Park again tonight. Up next here on WEEI Afternoons, we have a little bit of a bigger picture conversation, because Jim Bowden, friend of Alex Cora, former teammate at ESPN of Alex Cora, put out a interesting story in The Athletic today. He polled some general managers around baseball who is most likely to get traded at the deadline. And let's just say there's a bunch of Red Sox here that we're going to have to talk about. So a little pre-trade deadline talk from Jim Bowden here next on WEEI Afternoons.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. Visit Progressive.com after this track to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Unparalleled performance, innovative technology, premium aesthetics. TimberTech Decking at Riverhead Building Supply brings you all that and more. TimberTech endures year after year without fading, staining, or rotting. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You want to deliver the best retail experiences, but it's hard, especially with multiple stores, staff, fulfillment centers, GMVs, KPIs, OKRs, and the only thing harder is being in charge of it all. But when you switch to Shopify Point of Sale, you can unify retail operations and guarantee smooth shopping across every location. Shopify POS, the best retail experiences without complexity. Visit shopify.com/without complexity to learn more.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
I said it in the show here a few weeks ago. That part, like I work with Jim Bowden, and we were sitting in the green room, and it's like, hey, how about this trade? I'm like, what? Man, you're making that up. It's like, boom, and then he tweeted it. I'm like, so don't believe everything you read. Just stay in the moment. One thing they can control, all of them, is to show up today and play hard and see what the future holds.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
That was Alex Cora with us here on WEEI Afternoons about 3 weeks ago, I think, right here at Fenway Park, when he pulled his best Trump impression and said, fake news, don't believe everything you read. including specifically his former coworker, Jim Bowden from ESPN. Well, guess what? The former Reds and Nationals GM has a piece on The Athletic today that I choose to at least embrace for entertainment purposes as we approach the Major League Baseball trade deadline at the end of the month. Jim Bowden, and this wasn't just him making, well, I guess I never really know what it is, but he claims this wasn't him making anything up, that he polled, he said 40 front office executives that are mostly either general managers or presidents of baseball operations. So, I mean, the Red Sox could have contributed like 10 to that because they have a bunch of GMs.
They fire 50 every year.
Yeah. But these are supposedly the men in baseball that will be making decisions. The first thing he did right before he got into his list, and he broke it down into position players, relievers, starting pitchers, most likely to be traded. But he did say the most common response was it's going to be a late developing market because everybody thinks they are involved in the playoff chase. There's like 4 teams that are out of it. Everybody else still thinks they're a contender. And he doesn't think the teams even know right now. Teams like the Red Sox, he doesn't think they have any idea what they're going to do and what they're going to be.
How many teams in the AL do you think right now realistically think that like, okay, we're definitely in this?
Well, if
Yankees,
if you include the Red Sox, it's like 12 deep, 13 deep or something like that. Basically, the teams that are out of it are called the White Sox, the Orioles.
Tigers Tigers will be buying. Yankees will definitely be buying. After that, there is like this great morass. Like there's this massive middle of teams that, like Bowden said, could go one way or the other, which is why I totally see that market
maybe
developing.
3 teams in the
that are definites.
That are definites. You know,
right.
That would be the Athletics that are 20 games under. You got the White Sox that are over 25, under 500.
This is not your necessary time to bring up.
But even the Orioles are speculating as potential early buyers for next year, that they might make some moves with an eye on next year at this year's trade.
Like trading for Montez Sweat crossing sports.
I don't know exactly, but that's a theory. But let's look at the list, because when you get to the relievers section, the number 1 spot on the list, who do you think it is? It's the guy who was last on the mound here at Fenway Park about an hour ago, throwing. I still don't believe it. Every pitch was 101.
Yeah,
and he's and I don't know if this is allowed to be said because like he has some baggage off the field in his past, but
it's amazing.
I have fallen in love with him.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to accuse him of something.
No. I've fallen in love with him.
He says the guns are all juiced.
He is I don't necessarily believe it's 101, but he's throwing gas and he's become a badass. He just does that stare down thing. Like
awesome.
He is what a closer is supposed to be. Yeah. He is the anti-Folk. And I know I say that all the time, that is what you're supposed to see. Well, Jim Bowden says that, quote, the execs overwhelmingly picked Chapman as the reliever most likely to be traded in July. The 37-year-old is having a banner season, posting a 1.32 ERA over 37 appearances with 14 saves and 50 strikeouts in 34 innings. He would be a difference maker in any bullpen. 2 years ago, Chapman was traded from the Royals to the Rangers in late June deadline for lefty Cole Reagans and a minor league outfielder. That would hurt. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, honestly. As I said earlier, I don't think you can go from we're adding to our team, we're going to make our team better for 2025, and then trade one of the best closers in baseball. Why? Like, how do you justify those actions?
You can't. And I think part of it just kind of hit me when you're talking about Breslow talking up being buyers at the trade deadline. You know what he's factoring in is the return of Bregman and Yoshida.
Right.
It's so in his mind, even if they're 4 or 5 games under 500, he's getting 2, one, all-stars, and a Gold Glove back, and Yoshida who can hit, and so he feels like even if they're a team that maybe looks like it's floundering and doesn't really it's not going to figure it out. We're getting a bunch of guys back at the time in which they could maybe go on a run.
But I've heard past general managers in other sports, this sport, that would use that as an out. Well, you need to remember we're going to get back a $40 million player.
No, you got to buy. You right. They always.
Some people would use that as, that's our midseason.
Red Sox do that all the time.
Right. And that he's not doing that. He's looking to add. He's not saying we're going to get some internal additions. That's why I like it, and I'm buying into it, and maybe I'm being, on the Twitch chat, they call me little gullible Andy. You've been burned so many times by the Red Sox. They're the interest kings. They're involved.
That's some of the things they call you. That's one of the things.
It's one of the things, and you call me other things. It's not very nice.
All right. I'm standing in between the two of you.
Aroldis Chapman, if you trade him, I know we use this cliche. That's a white flag.
Well, the ultimate white. Oh, I think the ultimate white flag is Bregman. If you were to trade Bregman,
I almost don't because.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Bregman
yes,
isn't
I am,
playing right now. Bregman is not a part of this team right now. So you could even argue, okay, you're winning games, whatever, without Bregman at this point, this small sample size. And then you also have, well, he's going to opt out and he wants a new contract and you're not going to be able to re-sign him. So it's only smart business to unload him.
And your current manager is in love with him and you saw what the returns were as far as
GM
on field and leader. That's too bad.
Well, he's kind of the boss.
Well, he allowed it to happen, and he's the one who had to clean up the mess that was allowed to happen.
Because I think Cora went to Henry and said, "Give me this guy."
Well, if he went around Henry, obviously John Henry was a fan enough to come on out with his big old cigar smoke photo as well. The returns on Bregman are too good. To me, the ultimate punt move is, guys, we screwed up this season. Not only did we have to trade Devers away, now we're dealing Bregman away to bring in parts for this year, but most especially for the kids in the future as well. If there were some sort of, we could brainstorm it, probably not even a suitable alternative. If there was someone who could slide in and give you 80% of the effectiveness that Chapman has delivered without the posture, without the stare down, without the goosed up 103 miles per hour.
Jordan Hicks.
A fine alternative because it's obviously not going to be Hendricks. My guy Whitlock can only go an inning. There really isn't an obvious candidate. But if Hicks were to all of a sudden be thrown, I don't want to see Weissert in there. Good Lord, no thanks. That gives me Kimbrel shakes. But if you were able to do that, and then you could trade Chapman for a massive chip, it's got to be on the table.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you say the same thing about Bregman? I mean,
because Bregman is a part of your team probably for the next 5 years.
So's the guy playing third right now.
Well, just who's more valuable? Who brings you more wins?
Now or long term?
This year.
I think who's more irreplaceable is actually Chapman. Closers to me in baseball are massive.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of.
It's where we started the year when I said they had to go get Mason Miller.
Oh gosh,
remember that?
I know.
Guess who's number 6 on
your
reliever
bingo board, everyone?
Guess who the most likely to be traded number 6 reliever is? Mason Miller. Although a little addendum, Jim Bowden hears that Mason Miller is going to be turned into a starter. That most teams want to trade for him, and they believe he is the next great ace in baseball, throwing 100 as a.
How'd that go for
pitcher.
Papelbon?
How'd it go for Jordan Hicks? Jordan Hicks tried to do it, and he stunk.
Oh, no, great.
But yeah. So that's Chapman. I don't think. Who do you think the top position player among the Red Sox on Jim Bowden's list?
It's either Willie Abreu or it's Jarren Duran.
It is Jarren Duran, 6 on the list overall. I was surprised by how many front office executives mentioned Duran. I don't know why you're surprised. We've been talking about it on our show for like a month and a half now.
Bleacher Report and everywhere else.
It makes me think the Red Sox may have decided Willie Abreu will play right field and Roman Anthony will play left field going forward. Duran, 28, is under team control through 2028. Last year, he led the majors in, we know this, doubles, triples, homers. He was an MVP candidate. He hasn't been as good this year. Jarren Duran.
See ya. That's the guy that I would be fine. You know what? And I'm a fan of him, just a person. I
didn't sound like it there.
No.
See ya.
I care about.
It wasn't even thanks for you.
I can like somebody, but I like the team more, and I want to see the team succeed. So it's not about personal feelings. Here's a guy that I just think is never. I don't think he's from a mental standpoint. It's ever going to get to a point where he's just everyday confident, knows what he's getting. He struggles with the mental side of the game so much, and I appreciate him being as open and honest about his struggles. But you can't be successful in the highest leagues and beat yourself up for your mistakes all the time. You will not survive the game.
So is there someone on this team? I mean, obviously, if there were prior to now, they would have probably had him working with him night and day. Is there somebody on the team that can try to rein him in and teach him a little control? Because he runs the same way he hits, which is the same way he fields, which is the same way he approaches everything at 110 miles an hour and sometimes a little out of control.
That's not Bregman's job. That's not the older guy. I mean, Trevor Story. That's not. They're not going to go try and get his mind to be. No. It's a deep-seated stuff that I worry is a flaw in his profile. And so I think let's face it, how's he been playing lately? He hasn't been playing great.
You know who struck out 3 times today?
Yeah, Jarren Duran.
Out of the 10, 3 of them. And that one infuriates me. When your leadoff hitter, who's fast and can make things happen, if just put the GD ball in play.
If you could steal first, okay, but you can't, right?
No,
steal first.
You can't. And that, it is frustrating. And he is popular. I do think that would be an interesting one just to measure in the popularity of some fans. Now, again, we don't know what you're getting in return. Do you get a big leaguer? Do you get prospects? How does that work? I think when they're at their best offensively is when Jarren Duran is at his best offensively.
Him and Trevor Story.
The problem is you haven't seen that often enough this year. You saw it last year. This year, he's sort of a knockoff version of himself, right? He's like those fake Frosted Flakes that go soft in the milk a little faster than the Kellogg's do.
I think having a season like he did last year, all of a sudden now he's got these heavy expectations, and now look. That's the problem with I think somebody who's mentally wired that way is it's just always you're never just okay with where you are at that point.
I also think with the lineup decimated with Bregman out and then Devers traded, I think he's trying to do too much.
Yes.
I think it'd be like, Roman Pfeiffer, Ted Johnson gets hurt, so Roman Pfeiffer says, I'm going to make Ted's plays and my plays, and then doesn't make anybody's plays because he's caught in the middle kind of thing. Yeah. And I think that's where Devers is right now.
Who else is on that list?
Wilyer Abreu is also on the list.
I'll give him the Dolphin.
Abreu was mentioned because some teams would prefer him over Duran in a trade due to his elite defense. He also has an additional year of control through 2029. However, I got the impression Boston's preference is to trade Duran over him unless the return for Abreu is much better. I like Abreu. But I find it hard to believe you're going to get more for Wilyer Abreu than you are Jarren Duran.
No chance you are.
I find that hard to believe because you think you could get more for Abreu than Duran, Ted? Based on your face?
Yeah, based on what we've seen recently.
And there were all those
Is Willie a little younger too, isn't he?
He is a little younger, and you get an extra year. I do think his defense has become a little overrated. I think he's been good, not great defensively this year. Last year.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking
Gold gloves are overrated.
I thought we were talking about this year.
Gold gloves are okay.
I thought I learned from Ted Johnson. We don't talk about last year. We talk about this year.
That's okay. Fair point.
Ooh, I turned Teddy on himself there. Next up, Ted, is your guy, Bregman. He's on this list as well. As a talking point. I don't think they would do that. I don't even think they would do that if they got the impression he was going to leave after the season.
You're not leaving after the season.
I don't think he is either, but even if they got that impression, because I do think that's one of the white flags. However many white flags you
the
win.
biggest white flag to me. You trade Alex Bregman, you have admitted to a mistake on the year. You are getting whatever collateral back you can that you invested in this year, and you are now looking at a significant turnaround for next year and beyond.
Quick side note here. I keep listening to my guy Adam Jones on the midday show talking about Bregman.
Guys.
Yeah, I get a lot of guys talking about Bregman and talking about he's not going to get more than $40 million a year on the open market. I agree, and I don't think he's looking for that. I think what he wants is the longer-term security, and I think he would probably take a little bit less. So is it $36 million, but for 6 years or 7 years instead of the 41 and change he has for 2 years? He has made some comments about wanting to have a long-term home or long-term
I think he wanted
stability.
that before the season, and I think the Red Sox were the team that gave him probably the best deal. What makes you think after this year it'd be totally different?
Because from what I read, it got a little weird in Houston in that he cared about the average annual value and how it compared to what he was getting in Houston.
They offered him 6 for once. They offered him something like what Crochet got, and he didn't think that.
Yeah, it was 30-something, and he didn't think it was enough.
I thought it was teams were giving him like 28 average.
Yeah, maybe it even was.
Yeah, and we got 3 at 40 here.
So correct, right? And now he's got 2 left at just over $82 million, I believe.
Well, that's really hard money to walk, even in.
But what if I said 5 for 160?
5 for 150 gets it done.
That's amazing.
And I think
this is the best game ever. You get hurt half the season, and you get a raise.
And that's
and you
where
buy people a couple of Tommy Bahamas or some freaking bonobo suits, and next thing it's like, you have saved us.
No, the case I'd make for Bregman is he's the best locker room leader that has juice, that is accomplished, that this locker room has had in a very long time. Huge value on that. So I don't want to see him go.
Part of the $41 million they're paying him. But let's bring in the callers, 617-779-7937. Let's go to Steve in Centerville. What's up, Steve? Steve?
I'd like to see Ted put his some facts behind his mouth when it comes to questioning Jarren Duran's mental toughness. So what kind of numbers do you have that suggest that, he's been committing errors or he hasn't been stealing bases, or what do you got for me, Ted?
I don't have.
I mean, he's been committing errors. Do you need the exact number?
Errors. He's had base running issues. He's dropped fly balls.
Got thrown out of games and got his manager rung up.
There's a lot of examples, Steve. I don't have the stats right in front
Struck
of me.
out 3 times today. What's your point, Steve?
Well, I think he's probably, for my money, he's like the one guy on the team that I don't want to see go. Why? Because he's proven himself at a very high level. He's done it for a couple of years now. He's got a little bit of experience under his belt, which is more to say for almost anybody else in the team except for, guys that are injured. And to me, he's critical. So not a guy I want to see trade. I'd trade Abreu in a heartbeat. Guy's unproven. He's shown some splash of talent. But, my man Duran, don't want to see him go.
Thanks for the call,
Steve. He was. I think he led the majors in extra base hits last year.
Oh, he did. Doubles, triple. He led the majors, and he had 21 home runs to go with it.
Is he close to being on pace to the extra base hits this year?
No, he is not.
No. So last year, guys, he had his WAR last year was almost 9.
That was last year.
Wow.
What was
so in 2023, he played half as many games. 100. Golly is right, Robo Ted. He had 102 games, a WAR of 2.2. This year, it's down to 1.4. 362 plate appearances, bats. He was good. So he was good in 2023 in limited action.
Yes.
He was an absolute dynamo last year. He has regressed this year. So do you want to try to hold on to him either to help your team or see if you can increase his value for a future trade? Or are you basically trying to sell people?
If you had to predict what the real Jarren Duran is the 2023 version, the 2024 version, or the 2025 version?
I think it's an unsexy answer of it's probably a combination of the two.
I don't think it's last year. I never believed in last year. I never believed he was going to be this perennial MVP candidate.
Let's bring the ball man into us.
Nerd.
To add to the nerddom for the fielding perspective, Ted, last year as an outfielder for Jarren Duran, the metric outs above average, which is basically how much better than the average outfielder in baseball you are, he was 11. So he was a plus defender mainly in center field. This year, he's a -5. So he's costing you outs in the outfield.
I don't get it, but I get it's a big drop.
Yeah,
I don't know. Steve, it's his favorite player, and
which is cool.
And I like everything that kind of Jarren Duran has gone through, his story. I love it. I think it's an awesome story.
But we're not holding on to him for PR.
If we're trying to make the team better, I just think that's a guy that you should be open to trading.
Also, what's his value? Like, we've heard that the Padres have been in love with him for like a year and a half now. If the Padres are in love with him and you can leverage that for a really good trade return, and the other factor is you have 4 outfielders. You have 4 starting outfielders, especially with Rafaela kind of coming on of late and looking more like a guy you actually want in center field all the time because he's bringing the defense. Now he's injecting life into the offense. So now it comes down to, well, Anthony's going to be part of your outfield mix. So basically, if you like Rafaela's cheapness and you like Anthony's greatness, it's either Abreu or it's Duran. Who are you picking? And who can you get more for? Okay, Seattle's going to give you a pitcher. Remember all those rumors? You're going to get a big starting pitcher from
Abreu is streakier. Duran, when consistent, is an all-around talent, the likes of which there are only a few in baseball. The Red Sox right now are holding on to him with all hope that they find the way to access 2024 Jarren Duran again.
All right, that was our quick little rundown of what may be fake news, according to Alex Cora, but it's we're getting closer. Few weeks away, end of the month. Major League Baseball trade deadline, lots of Red Sox, maybe comings, maybe goings, we'll see. We are WEEI Afternoons broadcasting live from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Up next, we got to touch on the Boston Celtics because we know they've shipped a bunch of stars out of town. Could another star be coming to town to join Jason Tatum in his rehab? We'll talk about that next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first, Dan Ball, Mr. Pre- and Post-Game Show. He has what's trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com, brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. The Red Sox completed their victory over the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon, 5-3. Boston led 2-1 after 3 innings yesterday before the game was suspended. Brayan Bello is credited with the win in relief. Aroldis Chapman with his 15th save. Game 3 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 7:10 as the Red Sox go for the sweep. Brennan Bernardino has been announced as the starter or the opener for tonight. He'll go against Reds right-hander Nick Martinez. Here is your lineup for tonight. Jarren Duran leads off in left, and it's Roman Anthony out in right field. Abraham Toro is at third. Trevor Story, your shortstop. Wilyer Abreu is your DH tonight, with Cedon Rafaela in center. Marcelo Meyer at second. Romy Gonzalez at first base, and then Connor Wong is your catcher, and he is batting ninth. You can listen to the game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Joe Weil is tonight at 6:10, and Sean McDonough and Will Middlebrooks have the call of the game. Also for tonight, the Red Sox have appointed right-handed pitcher Cooper Criswell as the club's 27th man for the second half of the doubleheader against the Reds. From around the NBA, the Knicks are expected to hire two-time NBA Coach of the Year winner Mike Brown as the franchise's next head coach. Brown is a 4-time champion as a top assistant in Golden State and San Antonio under Steve Kerr and Greg Popovich. And Brian Windhorst reports that there's a decent chance that Al Horford's career will continue on the West Coast with either the Warriors or the Lakers if he doesn't retire. And The Athletic reports, and something the guys will touch on next, that the Celtics are showing interest in recently waived guard Damian Lillard. In hockey, the NHL and the NHLPA and international offices earlier today finalized a deal agreed on long ago to send players to the 2026 Olympics. The League, Union, International Ice Hockey Federation, and International Olympic Committee confirmed the participation of NHL players at the Olympic Games for the first time since 2014. Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons live from Fenway Park coming up right after this.
Tonight, Sox and Reds. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Joe Weil starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10. On the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
Oh, IXL.
And it's really helping your kids?
Oh, yeah. IXL figures out where each kid needs support and gives them the practice they need. Go Chipmunks!
Go Chipmunks! So my 3rd grader and my high schooler could both use IXL?
Yep.
Are we talking about IXL?
Do your kids use IXL too?
Sure do. Research shows 20 minutes a week helps improve kids' test scores.
Go Chipmunks! IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Your burger is served.
And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Unparalleled performance, innovative technology, premium aesthetics. TimberTech Decking at Riverhead Building Supply brings you all that and more. TimberTech endures year after year without fading, staining, or rotting. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash and product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at bottlelotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at bottlelotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You're listening to WEEI Afternoons
with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
What about Al Horford?
He's valued by everybody in the league. He has lots of different options, including retirement. But if he decides to indeed continue his career, the Golden State Warriors have been very aggressive in trying to bring him in. He would fit well anywhere. Perfect. But obviously, the Lakers are badly in need of a center, so they have been involved with that too. So I would expect there's a decent chance if he continues his career, it's out here on the West Coast with either Golden State or LA.
What a good spot to be in. He could retire, or I don't know, he could go make like $20 million a year on the West Coast to be a sort of part-time player, complimentary player.
Yeah, you save him for the postseason when he comes through.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
He's one of my favorite players. I like his whole vibe, his attitude, the way he plays.
So Lou Merlone used to, because of the contract, because at the time it was the biggest free agent contract ever signed by the Celtics.
How about that? That always
imagine that. Imagine that. It was right around 4th of July, 2016, I want to say, right when the same time that they were courting Kevin Durant, and that son of a bitch said no to Tom Brady, so the heck with him, right?
Him, he said no to what's his name? The band with the long hair guy. Come on, what's the guy that went out to the Hamptons?
Tom Brady?
No, the center for the Celtics. Come on.
Oh, Kelly Olynyk.
Kelly Olynyk.
How dare? No one says no to the clinic.
I mean, let's send Kelly Olynyk out.
That's actually why he said no.
It was like Tom Brady's coming. Awesome. Isaiah Thomas. Hey, that guy's a gamer. Kelly Olynyk. You mean the guy who smells like Vermont? Get out of here. I'm not.
You the Kobe Bryant. Do I know that guy?
Smells
Do I know you?
Smells like patchouli. But Horford comes in at the time. Merlone used to always call him, what was it?
Average Al.
His nickname was Everyday Al. He called him Average Al. I used to call him the Buffet because I thought he did a bunch of everything pretty well. Like not a resort quality or Vegas $100 buffet, Andy, where it's like king crab legs and everything, but a standard issue buffet, Ted, because there wasn't anything he was exceptional at, but he did a lot of things well. And I think he is the kind of guy that if there is a team out there that's like, all right, our team is just like one guy short. Who's got championship DNA? A Drew Holiday? Hell yeah. And an Al Horford? You bet. He would be such a perfect fit in LA. Hate to see him go.
So Al Horford would be a perfect fit elsewhere because it doesn't seem like he's going to be a member of the Boston Celtics, much like Drew Holiday, much like Kristaps Porzingis, as we get to learn a new roster.
Much like Luke Cornett.
What would you think of a roster for the Celtics that included Dame Lillard, who is going to be bought out by the Milwaukee Bucks so they can sign Miles Turner when it all becomes official, I believe, July 6th.
Must be nice to have buyout money.
Yeah. And I didn't know this, but the guy with the Browns is involved with the Bucks now, and that's part. They actually think he's part of the
Jimmy Haslam.
Jimmy Haslam is leading part of the charge to buy out Dame.
Probably thinking, all right, now if there's a way I could just do this with Deshaun Foster.
So the beauty of it is, he is a free agent as soon as this buyout actually happens, and because the Bucks are buying him out, he gets his, I believe it's $54 million this year and $57 million next year. So any team could sign him for the veteran minimum. He getting his $55 million each of the next 2 years, coming off a torn Achilles. He's going to be rehabbing for at least a large portion.
He'll miss the most next year.
Of next season, absolutely. But the Boston Celtics were one of the first teams to reach out, reportedly, to Dame Lillard. That list also includes the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors, the two teams we just talked about with Al Horford. But my question is, do you like just the theoretical idea of he rehabs for a year, you don't have to pay him anything, he works out with Tatum for a little bit, does his own thing, and then it's Jason Tatum, it's Jaylen Brown, and it's Dame Lillard on the same team? Is that a trio that
What do you think my answer is going to be?
I think you're not going to like it.
Yeah, because I've been talking about this ad nauseum about how they need to get younger. He's 34 years old, so let's have two aging veterans off of Achilles injuries.
What could go wrong?
Let's see if we can. Any other Achilles injured guards that need at least 20 shots a night?
It's the guy doesn't play any defense. He's offensively he can cook it up with the best of them, but I don't trust that he's going to be even close to the player he once was when he was at Portland.
Oh, he was awesome. They're doing Dame time and
yeah.
The whole thing.
The 40-footer in front of Paul George remains one of my 5 favorite
and
shots.
his 34 years old Achilles, no thanks. See ya. It's not even a debate.
And just to add some detail to the story, so apparently he was never happy in Milwaukee, and not just the fit on the court with Giannis. I guess his family did not move from Portland, so he had family, kids, and
a fun little city.
So my guess is he wants to go back to the West Coast where he can be closer to the family. Maybe they'd move down the coast to Golden State or L.A.
That's my money.
But it is an interesting thing because I didn't realize. So the way this works, the Bucks get to spread the $112 million over the next 5 years. That's how you buy out a guy over in the NBA. That's what they'll be doing. But it's offset money, Ted. You know it from the NFL, offset language. Any team that pays him, it gets subtracted from what the Bucks owe. So there's really no reason, you know what I mean? He doesn't get more money unless you pay him above the $54 million he was already going to get. And if you're another team, the more you pay him, you're kind of helping the Bucks out with their big contract that they tried to get out from under. So he's legit probably going to sign for virtually no money.
I see what you're saying. So it makes him very, very attractive.
Very attractive, especially for a team like the Celtics, which, what's priority number one this offseason? Cha and Ching, money. It's figuring out a way to get a roster as cheaply as possible.
It just doesn't fit what I think the profile of the team needs to be, which is younger, more athletic, Tatum-centric.
That's what I wonder. Like, if Jason Tatum reads this, what's he thinking? Wait, who's going to shoot when the game's on the line? Let's say we did this. Who's going to shoot?
I'd let him shoot first.
Dame?
Also, where do
you mean Dame, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Where do Dame's shots come from?
His hands.
Sure. I mean, that's a good answer.
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, if he's going to put up 20 shots a night, where are they going to come from? 10 from Pritchard, 5 from Tatum, 5 from somebody else. Like he's a volume player.
He's a volume guy. But you did get rid of Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford.
You've added in
Luke
you've added in Simons, the Garza Strip, and a bunch of other guys.
I'm not sure Simons is going to be here, and I'm not sure I want him shooting. So those are two issues along the way.
That's probably true.
But I do not. I'm with Ted.
I say he goes to the Warriors.
This Dame Lillard to the Celtics feels sad to me. Like, it almost like you went from this, like, you're the favorite, the defending champs, you're a dynasty, to you got to pick up a bargain basement, aging, former good player coming off a bad Achilles only because he's cheap. Doesn't that feel something that should be almost beneath them at this point?
Were you talking about the Warriors or the Celtics?
Celtics.
Oh, Celtics. Got
Celtics.
it. Yeah.
No, if the Warriors want to add him, because they're already kind of an old team. They're kind of that weird, the sad wrestlers who are all, you
feel
guys were awesome 10 years ago.
I feel like teams like Warriors kind of grabbed like old aging veterans.
Yes.
Hey, Jimmy Butler, $60 million. Steph Curry's making the moon, and that ownership group spends.
Try to, instead of doing a full reboot, these teams that were once great, try to kind of see if they can steal a one with an old aging guy to see if he can maybe come here and all of a sudden he plays better than he has in the most recent years. I feel like that's kind of the mentality of some of these teams that have overspent and now are trying to not completely go under and be irrelevant and still be relevant by bringing in an aging guy just in case. Magic in a bottle.
And at least in part, like some of that for them is the Poole kid was supposed to be good. They gave him money and he wasn't.
He just got moved again.
He did. And like when you make mistakes on some of those guys, then the fallback is, Dame Lillard's available.
Does it feel like a basketball Expendables, or like one of those movies that used to feature like James Garner and Clint Eastwood, like old balls?
Absolutely. And that's why I don't want the Celtics. And there's also, Ted, you could probably figure this out. There's also an aspect of, does he fit in with JB? Even if we're projecting when Tatum's back, does he fit in with JB? And how does
Don't they have a history? Don't they not like each other?
No, that's Giannis that JB
My bad.
Giannis, JB hates Giannis. He's a child. Remember the whole short pulling? He sat on him. They went back and
forth.
forth.
They're not trading him, are they, too? Because he was kind of pouting on social media.
See, the funny thing is, I don't know why he would be. I mean, I get in one sense why he'd be pouting, but not really. Dame's not playing this year, and Dame wanted out. Apparently, Dame is ecstatic. The best thing he heard was they were buying him out.
I've read a couple things. I've heard that he's mad that Giannis got off on it.
Wouldn't you be thrilled if somebody was like, Andy, we're going to give you $80 million not to play basketball in Milwaukee?
He didn't like Milwaukee. Yeah. He didn't want to be.
He didn't want to go there in the first place.
He didn't want to go there in the first place. And I think he probably could have talked himself into it if they had clicked on the court and they were rolling and all of a sudden you get off to a 15-2 start. We're going to win a title. But that didn't happen. And then he gets hurt. Like, do you want to be rehabbing to go back to a place you don't really like in the first place? So I think it's better off for him. I think he could end up being a nice player for the right team. Maybe it is Golden State. I don't know. The Lakers have a little bit of that aging thing too. You're going to pair him up with
100%. Let's say if you're the Lakers right now, you have Luka. He needs shots. LeBron is always going to need his shots. Reeves is going into a year where he's turned down a significant contract offer because he's trying to get his shots so he can earn an even bigger payday. You may sign Horford. Where do the shots come from for Dame Lillard when he's healthy? Let's say
it's only one basketball. You ever heard that?
Literally.
That's what a lot of the coaches.
Nope.
It's only one basketball. 617-779-7937. You can chime in. Would you want Dame Lillard? Although I'm not sure there's a lot of people out there that would. I feel like Rich Keefe would be a guy that would like that idea. He's a star bleeper, if you know what I mean. He likes when those big names are available on the open market. Unfortunately, he's on vacation this week, so he can't find out. He'll tune in next week. Up next here on WEEI Afternoons, it is time for Odds and Ends. And it is time for us to pay off or react to our assignment that Professor Ted Johnson had for us, the little Ted Johnson movie club. First assignment, first film that we had to watch was Last of the Mohicans. Stiz was the last guy. We had to bump it off a day. Stiz has watched it. We've all seen it now. We'll react, and I'm going to duck and make sure Ted doesn't hit me. Odds and Ends, Last of the Mohicans, up next here on WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you get more than you expect. So after a long day, buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Because saving with deals is always on the menu with new McValue.
Prices and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. And get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun, although I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
A warrior goes to you swift and straight as an arrow shot into the sun. Welcome him and let him take his place at the council fire of my people. He is Uncas, my son. Tell them to be patient and ask death for speed, for they are all there but one. I, Chingachgook, last of the Mohicans.
WEEI Afternoons, broadcasting live from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and F-Series. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. That was a clip from The Last of the Mohicans. Daniel Day-Lewis, 4 decades ago, whatever it is now.
September of 1992.
1992, and that's going to bring us to Odds and Ends, brought to you by Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for the car donations. Also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. So why'd we play a clip from Last of the Mohicans? Because Ted Johnson has been assigning or has started to assign us movies we need to see, specifically me, but also Stiz. Some of us on this show haven't seen some movies that I think Ted considers some of the great movies of all time. We know that Ted loves movies, that Fitzy loves movies. So we started with Last of the Mohicans, and we're going to do, I believe, one a week is our plan, Ted?
For the rest of the summer.
Okay.
Ted's Movie Club?
Ted's Movie Club, one a week, and we're going to then discuss the movies and rank them on a scale of 1 to 5 Johnsons.
Now, that was Dan who came up with that,
yes.
correct? Ball game. That was your flourish?
I figured, you have stars, you have tomatoes, we have Johnsons here on this show.
Yeah. 1 to 5.
1 to 5 Johnsons.
And Nick being the cinephile and Ted being the one who's recommending them, I also want to collect your scores in Johnsons so we can have a cumulative show score. And we can also kind of base off of this is what you think compared to your favorite movies of all time. So we'll have a scale to go off.
So Ted, you started off. Why was this the first movie you suggested? Why do you love this movie? Give me a quick
I can't remember exactly. I think it just the movie came up and you said you hadn't seen it, and it was like you
kidding me?
Well, it's hard for me to be friends with somebody who's not cultured, who's limited in their experience.
In all those Saturdays that I hosted alongside you, and you didn't know songs, movies, I never once flogged you with, it's hard for me to host. It's hard for me to work with someone who's not cultured.
Between this and the Masters, he doesn't.
Holy
my
smokes! I mean, talk about just tossing out the trash, Teddy.
There's movies that just get to me. They just boom right in there, and so I'm a big fan of movie. I think part of it is just when you have a kind of a unique upbringing like I had. Movies were your escape, and so movies are like books, but with pictures. And so I'm a big fan of them, and this is one of my favorite movies because it gets you right. It has a lot. It has friendship. It has love. It has warriors. It's about tribes. It's got a lot of things that appeal to me in a movie, and it has one of the best scores of any movie you will ever see.
All time. Andy, the book. So I like them. I had to read the book right around that same time. Last of the Mohicans by James Fenimore Cooper. From Cooperstown, Dan. There you go. A little baseball knowledge right there for the ball game. Not a very exciting book. It is amazing how Michael Mann, who is one of the most dynamic movie directors, I'd say, of the last half century. He's made movies that you would have previously seen and enjoyed, like the movie that features the greatest gunfight of all time, Heat. Ever see that?
Yes, I have seen that.
Excellent. Fantastic film. Little long, but still amazing. Perhaps you saw Collateral.
Tom
you ever
Cruise?
see Collateral? Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx. I have seen the one where the cab driver has to drive the killer. Also features maybe the greatest nightclub gunfight scene ever. Last of the Mohicans, Ted. The first word I would use to describe it is visceral.
Yeah,
like everything from Hawkeye running through the mountains to prevent Chingachgook's son from dying, the Uncas. Also the stay alive scenes. Stay alive no matter where you are. I will find you under the waterfall. The love scene where he's staring her down when they're at the fireplace right there. And Madeline Stowe is about a 75 out of 10. We'll get to how you feel about her in a second. And Daniel Day-Lewis, arguably the greatest actor since Sir Laurence Olivier, is just looking at her with these smoldering eyes, the adopted son of Chingachgook, the last of the Mohicans. Everything about this movie just gives you feels. It is like it's a movie you feel from head to toe. And if when you watched it, you weren't ready to just like run through the forest, like Ted said, start a battle, or
we're about to find out if they feel the same way.
Dan Ball's going to kick us off because Fitzy, you said if you watch this and weren't ready to run into a battle, then you don't know what to do with him. Dan Ball, how did your viewing go?
This is what I get for trusting Andy with information. All right, I'm going to be completely honest and give you the full rundown of how this went.
Let's go.
I started it. I got about 20 minutes in. It did not catch me, and I stopped.
Wow. Okay.
Shut it off.
I was very
Even the music with the mountains and the smoke.
Now, the one thing that, and you teed up something important. It's a gorgeous movie. What you kind of alluded to before we watched it, the cinematography, the soundtrack, like the different elements of movie making were checked. I can understand if they show that in film schools, I would not be surprised in this.
Or just in a theater as well.
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is interesting. Now, okay, so how many Johnsons would you give it?
So I picked it up. I started it over, picked it up, and did it again from start to finish. Second half of the movie was fantastic.
Okay.
So I think I split it right down the middle with a little bit of extra given to the cinematography. I'd give it 3 Johnsons.
3 Johnsons?
Three
That's
Johnsons
not
out
too
of
bad
5.
the way it started. Okay, Stiz, what is your take? Did you watch it?
Yeah, so I watched it last night. Now, I would consider myself somewhat of a cinephile as well, and I also love period pieces, so going back to that time period, I absolutely love. I thought it was funny that he was hooking up with Cora within like 20 minutes in the movie. It's just like...
For the audience's benefit, he was not making out with Alex Cora, but rather Madeline Stowe's character.
The character's name is Cora, yeah. And then it was also funny, Fitzy referenced the waterfall scene where he's like, if they don't kill you, meet me, I'll find you. They're going to take you up north. But overall, I really enjoyed the movie. The ending, oh my God, the poor girl, spoiler alert, throws herself off the cliff after the other guy couldn't save her. I'm going to give it... I'm going to give it 4.5 Johnsons.
Ooh, good Lord. Pretty good right there.
A lot of Johnsons.
Do you guys want to give yours before Andy gives his, or do you want Andy to go first?
I'll go last. So
okay.
Andy, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Andy.
I'm going to say I didn't love it. I thought it was meh. I did think it started out very slow. You know, it kind of picked up, but it never really hit stride for me. I thought what I actually thought of was your love of romance novels. Almost every scene to me felt like it could have been the cover of a romance novel.
Every movie,
with his long
every movie
hair,
is a love story.
Like
You don't
like
know that.
flowing in the breeze, and
So
she's in his
handsome.
arms with the sunset going down.
Yeah.
And I usually like these types of movies and the combat, and whether it's Braveheart or Gladiator, like these stories, love and war, and it's all intertwined.
Yeah.
2.5 Johnsons.
You know what? So a guy that wears Hey Dudes gives it a 2.5.
Yep.
Now he's just ad hominem like outfit shaming you.
Yeah,
I think that's the highest score that somebody in the Hart family would give that.
Oh, my wife stopped. She walked out. She actually said, "I'm going to go to the bathroom," and I went to pause it, and she goes, "Don't pause it. I won't be back."
So I've seen this movie.
Ouch, babe.
I would say probably 6-7 times.
I've seen it once, and that'll be it.
It's one of my absolute favorites. Like I said, I connect with it emotionally. I connect with it physically. It's a very emotional film for me. The ending absolutely ruins me, but everything along the way until that sequence. I don't mind a little bittersweet in my ending of a movie. I don't mind some melancholy and sorrow mixed with all that action and ferocity, Ted. Like I said, top 5 soundtrack to me all time. Gorgeous movie, and it's from Michael Mann, top 5 director. Your score on IMDb was a 7.6 out of 10. Rotten Tomatoes, 88%. Pretty rock solid for me. Nominated for a couple of Academy Awards, and Daniel Day-Lewis.
But how many Johnsons?
5 straight.
5 full Johnsons?
This is in the Fitzy's top 50 all-time movies.
So you started out like nothing will be higher.
No, this is right. This is one of my. I said this is in the Fitzy top 50.
Okay, and then Ted Johnson.
It's 4.5 for me. 4.5.
All right.
So it's anything 4 and over is I'm only going to recommend movies that I think are 4 and over.
That's good.
So it's not every movie's going to be
Your judgment is questionable based on one, but we'll get there. We'll see.
That's totally fine. It's not for everybody.
So we do have 5s that we'll get to.
We do, definitely.
We do have 5 Johnsons
in my opinion, you guys might see it differently.
All right.
So 2.5, 3. That's 5.5, 4.5. That makes 10, 5. And Stiz get a 19.5. Dan, out of 5 people, that gives it an aggregate score of 3.9 Johnsons.
Okay,
seems a little high to me.
Seems a little high to you.
Let's mix in a couple calls real quick while we
resisted
can.
the joke on that one.
Rick in New Hampshire. I'm assuming you are calling in regards to Last of the Mohicans. What's up, Rick?
I am calling in regards to Daniel Day-Lewis and Fitzy.
Okay.
Have you ever seen My Left Foot? That singly is the best acting performance I have ever seen in my life.
You
Thank
are correct, sir.
All right, thanks for the call, Rick.
I got to see it.
It's
let's
okay.
go to
even one.
It's a tough watch, guys. I just want one. It's a tough watch. It's a very tough.
Let's go to Brian in Norwood, who has a comment on our movie talk. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Just completely random since you brought up Last Mohicans in Cooperstown.
Lake George is right at the sound, and that's actually where they filmed all those canoe battle scenes where they were fleeing and trying to race away from the enemy.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the call, Brian. I was at Lake George last summer for a lacrosse
Hey,
tournament.
that was the other cool thing, too, because after the movie ended, I went and looked it up. Obviously, the Mohicans are a real tribe, but some of them right here in our own backyard in Massachusetts.
Cool.
Yeah.
I thought most of it was filmed in North Carolina. I didn't realize
that is the mountain sequences were filmed in North Carolina.
The lake in Lake George, very cool. Did not know that.
All right, that's going to do it for odds and ends, and that's kind of going to do it for WEEI Afternoons today, but we're going to come back on the other side for one of those mini Arcan shows. So WEEI Afternoons leading into Red Sox baseball and the Mass Mutual pregame show after a 5-3 win early in the afternoon, looking to sweep the day, sweep the series. Little extended Ted Johnson and company next here on WEEI.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
This season, let your shoes do the talking. Designer Shoe Warehouse is packed with fresh styles that speak to your whole vibe without saying a word. From cool sneakers that look good with everything, to easy sandals you'll want to wear on repeat, DSW has you covered. Find a shoe for every you, from the brands you love, like Birkenstock, Nike, Adidas, New Balance, and more. Head to your DSW store or visit DSW.com today.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Out here, we feel things. The sore calves that lead to epic views, the cool waterfall mist during a hot hike, and the breeze that hits just right at the summit. But hey, don't just listen to us. Experience it for yourself. All Trails makes it easy to discover the best of the outdoors, with more than 450,000 trails around the world, points of interest along the trail, and offline maps for always-on navigation. Download the free app today and find your next outdoor adventure.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Get 1 free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
Who do you to go, boy?
The Red Sox can't make Ted Johnson happy, but this rejoin did. He's feeling it a little bit.
Win tonight. Win tonight.
Oh, win tonight and you'll be happy tomorrow?
I'll be happier.
Amen, Ted.
Happier.
Wait, Stiz, are you not jumping on the bandwagon? WEEI Afternoons here?
Absolutely not. One game and you go, oh my God.
Whoa. 3 of 4. 3 of 4.
Yeah, 3 of 4.
Couple double-digit outputs, including one where, yes, they kind of knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Or knew what was coming. I guess the kind of wasn't
That's not a
necessary.
small fact to just throw in
It's
there.
just part of it, but they had another nice output where they may not have known what was coming. And
they struck
today,
out 10 times.
Today, they had a nice game plan. We're going to pitch Bello to start, and we're going to give it to Chapman. He's going to close it out. We're going to win 5-3.
Did they have more strikeouts or hits today? How many? Which category led?
Wait, do we count all those in the standings, or do they say win or loss?
It's so funny.
Win.
It's so fun. Well, every game I won in football, if the coaches just said, you know what, we don't need to look at the film, we won.
No,
there's nothing to learn from.
They need to look at the film. They need to break down the strikeouts. They need to do all that. But the scoreboard and the standings show West Side W. Okay, that's what it shows, and they get a W today. So I'm leaning into it. Dan Ball, what's our pitching matchup?
Our pitching matchup. So Brennan Bernardino is going to start. He's an opener, but he has a sub-2 ERA and 9 opens, I guess you'd call them.
Is that a stat yet?
Opens?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just starts, I guess.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily, not that I found at least.
Right.
And then it's expected that Cooper Criswell, who was activated as the 27th man for the doubleheader, is going to eat at least some of the innings in the middle of it. And then right-hander Nick Martinez will start for the Reds. He has a 4.12 ERA in 18 games.
It's a right-hander. I like that.
I feel like I'm going to be eating some of my words. Did you say we're going to Cooper Criswell?
I did.
I feel great about it.
I believe he's got
Cooper
a sub-3 ERA in AAA so far this season. He hasn't been terrible.
AAA?
Yeah.
What is this?
This is the big leagues.
Oh, and I listen to Alex Cora tell me all the time that there has never been a bigger divide between the talent level of pitchers in AAA and Major League Baseball.
All right, you know what? Screw you, Ted. I'm on your side.
Turn your attention. Just if you want to.
You can't win with this guy.
I'm just looking at the facts as they are.
Are you optimistic or are you negative?
Here's your number.
I don't know what you are.
Andy, 9 innings this year in Major League Baseball. He's given up 6 earned runs, 14 hits. Last year, a 99 1/3. He had a 4.08 ERA in 26 games, 18 starts. He's a fill-in guy. He's an innings eater.
Even if they lose today, it shouldn't matter because you said they've turned a corner. They are a different ball team. They figured things out.
That last part felt a little bit strong, a little stronger than I believe I presented it. I said they have a little positive momentum that I think they're starting to, what do coaches like stack them together, stack practices, stack days, stack games. I think they're starting to stack good innings, good quality pitching performances, quality at bats. Yes, they struck out 10 times earlier. I get it, but I think if you want to see an optimistic tone for them, I think you can see it. That's all I would say.
Hey, part of it is that you see Yoshida taking ground as a first. Just little signs of life.
Yes.
It can kind of
kernels of hope.
Keep a team kind of, okay. Guys are coming. Reinforcements are coming.
Bregman's coming.
Yeah, so, hey, look.
Breslow's telling everybody who'll listen, mostly Tom Caron, every freaking night on Nesson, that I'm going to add to this baseball team. I'm adding. So you add all that. Roman Anthony is starting to actually produce a little bit, not just have good at-bats and working counts. Like, he's actually getting hits, driving in runs, doing some things like that. So, yes, I'm choosing to stay optimistic. And that music from Stiz means it's time for Red Sox baseball, the Mass Mutual pregame show. Reds and Red Sox, Francona versus Cora. Cora going for the sweep as the Red Sox continue to build a little kernel of momentum. We'll be back tomorrow. Nick Stevens will be with us for the first hour before he jumps ship for a little 4th of July vacation time. Ted Johnson will be here. I'll be here. Dan Ball will be on the Cape enjoying life. WEEI Afternoons out from Fenway Park, where we were broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You know, when you have a kind of a unique upbringing like I had, movies were your escape, and so movies are like books, but with pictures.
Tonight, Sox and Reds. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Joe Wiles starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10. On the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Summer isn't just a season, it's a feeling. Riding a roller coaster with a breathtaking view. Parasailing high above the Pacific Ocean.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Joe Weil.
Suspended game finished, suspended game won, and now the Red Sox go for the series sweep against the Cincinnati Reds here tonight at Fenway Park. From the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio in Boston, I'm Joe Weil, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox winning the suspended game that they completed today 5-3, and now we finish out the series with, once again, Sean McDonough and Will Fleming on the call. First pitch here between the Sox and the Reds is coming up at 7:10, and first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. So with the win, the Sox are now 9-3 in their last 12 home games, and they have scored 36 runs now over their last 4 games after picking up the 5-3 victory. And let's get you the highlights from where we picked things up today. The Sox were obviously leading 2-1 when the game came to a halt yesterday due to the rain, and Brayan Bello took over for Richard Fitz, who tossed 3 innings yesterday. So he picked things up in the top of the 4th inning, and early on, it looked like Brayan Bello didn't quite have it as the Reds quickly took the lead.
Swing and a high fly ball down the left field line and pretty well hit. Duran looking up, and that ball's gone. Into the first row of the monster seats. Wasn't a towering blast, just a high fly ball. Really a Fenway home run. It just barely cleared the left field wall between the foul pole and the first light tower. It's a 2-run homer for Spencer Steer. And Cincinnati takes the lead for the first time in this game. It's 3-2.
10th home run of the season for Spencer Steer. So Cincinnati had a 3-2 lead after that 2-run bomb. The Red Sox, though, finally tied the game in the 6th inning. So Abraham Toro, he hit a bloop double to center that hit off the glove of the shortstop, Ellie De La Cruz. And then Toro later advanced to third on a wild pitch. And with the runner on third and nobody out, you felt good with Carlos Narvaez at the plate. And the Red Sox rookie catcher did his job to a T.
Barlow's pitch hit in the air, shallow left center. Gavin Lux makes the catch. The runner tags. Toro's coming to the plate, and he will score standing up as the throw was about 10 feet up the third baseline. They're going to appeal at third, hoping that Toro left early. He did not. So the run counts. It's another RBI for Narvaez, his second of the game and 28th of the year, and we're tied at 3.
So sacrifice fly off the bat of Carlos Narvaez ties it at 3. And I mentioned Brayan Bello's shaky start to his outing. Well, in the end, he ended up allowing just 1 hit in those 2 runs through 5 innings of work. And the game was tied at 3 heading into the bottom of the 8th inning. And that's when Abraham Toro singled with 1 out. He was replaced by a pinch runner in Nate Eaton. Eaton stole second. And then after Carlos Narvaez moved Eaton to third on a ground out, the red-hot Wilyer Abreu, who has owned this series so far, he stepped to the plate, and here was the play of the completed suspended game, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today.
Little looping line drive. That's going to fall in right field for a hit. On to score Eaton, and the Red Sox take a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Didn't hit it hard. It looked and sounded like it was off the end of the bat. Just a little flare pulled into right field. But it fell in. Another big hit for Abreu.
A 2-for-3 effort for Wilyer Abreu here in Game 2 of this 3-game set. And Wilyer, he has been awesome since coming off the IL. He's 13 for 37, so that's good for a .351 batting average with 2 doubles, 3 home runs, and now 14 RBIs. And that go-ahead single gave the Red Sox the lead. Boston would add on another run on an RBI double by Trevor Story, and the Sox end up winning this game 5-3. Aroldis Chapman, he notched his 350th career save, and the Sox, they finally won a game in which Richard Fitz started. Yes, it took 2 days, but first time in 11 starts here for Richard Fitz that the Sox actually won a game in which he got the start. But more importantly, this team is now a game under 500 at 43-44. 6 games back of the Yankees in the division, but just 2 games out from the Seattle Mariners for that 3rd wild card spot. And now the Sox go for their 3rd series sweep of the year. Let's get you today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. And here is the 9 for Cincinnati here in the final game of this 3-game set. And here is the lineup that Terry Francona is rolling out. TJ Friedl, he leads things off. He's in center field once again. Matt McClain, he bats second. He's a shortstop. Ellie De La Cruz, he is the DH here for this final game, batting third. Austin Hayes in left. Spencer Steer, he is out in at first base. And then you have Tyler Stevenson, the catcher, batting 6th. Gavin Lux batting 7th, the second baseman. Reese Hines, he's out in right field. And then Santiago Espinal rounds out the 9 as the third baseman for Cincinnati, who is now 44-42 overall this year. 6.5 games back of the Cubs for the top spot in the NL Central. Here is a 9 now for the Red Sox here in the final game of this series. We got Jarren Duran leading things off. He's out in left field, and he ended up finishing that middle match game 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, but got things started in the bottom of the first inning with a double against Brady Singer. So he ended up finishing 1 for 4. Roman Anthony, who enters this game on a 5-game hitting streak, he bats second, and he's playing the field in this one. He is out in right field. Abraham Toro, he goes across the diamond in this game. He's playing third base here for the finale. 292 average, 338 on base percentage, 465 slugging percentage. And then it's Trevor Story, who's batting cleanup in this ball game. 238 average, but again, coming off a really nice month of June in which his OPS was over 800, and he pitched in a big swing there in the 8th inning to add some insurance for the Sox. Batting 5th, it's the red-hot Wilyer Abreu. He's going to be the DH in this game. Cedar Rafaela, he is actually batting in the 6th spot. It's the 4th time this year that he's getting the start in the 6th position in the lineup. He's out in center field. Marcelo Meyer gets the start at second base in this game. 3rd time he's playing second base for the Sox this year. And then it's Romy Gonzalez. He gets to start at first base here in the finale. And of course, as you probably expected, Connor Wong will be the catcher here for the final game of this 3-game set, with Narvaez finishing out the middle match game here today. And we know the deal with Connor Wong: 151 average, just 1 RBI, and no extra base hits yet this season. We'll see if that changes here tonight. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And the Red Sox will have an opener in this game. Brennan Bernardino, who's 3-2 with a 4.26 ERA in 37 outings. So he'll be the opener for the Red Sox. Then for the Reds, it's going to be Nick Martinez, who is 5-8 with a 4.12 ERA. Bernardino, as an opener, has actually been pretty good in his career here with the Sox. He has been the opener 9 different times. He's tossed a combined 12 2/3 innings, and he's got a 1.42 ERA and 19 strikeouts in that span. But we know he's been heavily relied upon recently. You look at all relievers since the beginning of May, he's tied for 7th in relief appearances. And this month, he's hit a wall. The ERA is over 12 after an 0.71 ERA in May. And then you look at March and April, combined 2.45 ERA. So hopefully he kind of refines himself today. Cooper Criswell is up with the Sox. He'll be the 27th man in this game. He's got 5 appearances with the Sox this year, an ERA of 9. In AAA, though, he's been pretty good, 2.27 ERA across 10 outings in 9 starts. And we thought there might be a chance that Kyle Harrison would get the start today here for the Sox, one of the guys that was acquired in the Rafael Devers trade from San Francisco. Instead, he is starting the first game of a doubleheader in Worcester today. We'll get you an update on that later in our pregame coverage. Quickly on Nick Martinez, 34 years old, as I mentioned, 5-8 with a 4.12 ERA. Last time out against the Padres, he actually had a no-hitter going into the 9th inning before giving up a double to Elias Diaz. So he pitched really well last time out. You look at the overall numbers, just 69 strikeouts and 94 innings pitched. So he's not going to strike out a ton of batters, even though we know this Sox lineup is susceptible to strikeouts. One thing he does well is limit the walks. He's in the 87th percentile with a 5.5 percentage walk rate this year. So he's done really good there. But if he puts the ball in the zone, we'll see what the Sox offense can do against him, as once again, the Red Sox go for the sweep and try to get back to 500 for the 16th time this year. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up in about 15 minutes, we will hear Alex Cora's post-game comments from the suspended game that got completed today, and that'll be brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles Ford from America for America. But coming up next, we got Will Middlebrooks joining us from the Joe Castiglione radio booth. We get you set here for Red Sox and Reds, final game of a 3-game set. Boston goes for the sweep. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing zero sugar cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Red Sox and Reds gearing up here for the series finale. First pitch coming up at 7:10. Joe Weil with you inside the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. And now Will Middlebrooks joins us from the Joe Castiglione radio booth. He has the call with Sean McDonough. And Will, how hard has it been for you in the booth to not say that this is a doubleheader? Because we played a lot of innings here to finish out that first game.
I'm just going to call it a doubleheader. I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm here for 2 games, and you get a chance to win 2 games, so it's a doubleheader.
All right. So in the mind of Will Middlebrooks, it is a doubleheader. I'm curious what Sean McDonough will have to say about that.
A place you don't want to be, by the way.
Exactly.
The mind of me.
Yes. We can only imagine what might be inside that mind. We'll try to mine some of it, though, here for the pregame stuff, baseball related. We'll start with Wilyer Abreu because he gets the big hit here in the completed game that gives the Red Sox the lead. Mentioned some of the numbers, hitting .351 now since coming off the IL. How does this dude try to sustain this? It might not be this good the rest of the season, but how does he be some version of this, pretty close to it, as we move along here?
I think you just got to continue to focus on what he does well. All right, he hits off speed really well. That was a changeup. He actually got beat on it. He was out front and hit it off the end for that big hit he had earlier in the game. But look, he has struggled with fastballs and velocity up in the zone, especially up and into him, and teams have started to attack him up there a lot. But he has made the adjustment, right? It doesn't look like he backed off the plate. I think it was a timing thing. He's getting started just a little bit earlier. And even if he's not hammering that pitch, he's at least getting to it with 2 strikes and fouling it off and buying himself more pitches. And then when he does get off speed, he's just not missing it right now. And if he's one of those guys, kind of like Raffy, where if you miss over the plate with a breaking ball, you generally don't get that ball back. It turns into a souvenir.
Yeah, I'm thinking about opening day when you and Will Fleming were on the call, and you actually called that in real time about the slider that was coming and what he'd do with it, and he obviously took it out in that moment. Hey, Brayan Bello was really good again. I mean, he gives up the home run to Spencer Steer, but gives his team 5 really strong innings. And, we've talked a lot about Brayan Bello and what we'd hoped he'd be. I mean, his ERA, Will, is at 3.42 now on the season. How impressed have you been with the way he's been able to turn things around?
Well, he's made adjustments, right? And I think this is a big turning point in his career. He's not just the young kid anymore. He's been here long enough. He signed the contract. It was time for him to take those next steps forward. And what that means is, all right, this is what I have. Here's my pitches. This isn't working, and not being hard-headed and being open to growth and change, in which we've seen him add that cutter his last few starts. It's been good for him because it allows him to pitch into lefties, because so many times we would see him try to throw the 2-seamer in, which there were a few good ones here and there when he's commanding well and he could front hip 2-seam that to the corner. He got a strikeout on that today. But if he's trying to do that too much, he makes some mistakes with it, because arm side run, you go in, it runs back over the middle of the plate, you run into hard contact. But now, combating that with a cutter in on the hands of lefties, which opens up the outer half for him to go to the changeup. And today, I thought he was really good with the fastballs. He was 88% with 3 different types of fastballs: the cutter, the sinker, and the 4-seamer at times up when he needed it. And that's when you don't have to turn to the sweeper and the changeup. You can use it in specific spots, which he did, and get some strikeouts when he needs it.
Let's stick on the pitching side of things, Will. Aroldis Chapman, once again, was awesome. He locks down the save, the 350th of his career. It seems in the mind of many around baseball, it's predetermined that he's going to be traded at the trade deadline. But I'm sitting here looking at this team, and they win a couple games here, and we're still a ways away from the trade deadline. I'm not ready to go there yet. Where do you stand on this conversation right now?
I'm not ready yet. Not if they want this team to be a contender, a wild card contender. There's still a lot of time in this division. We've seen how fast the standings can flip, especially in the second half of the season, where you do play generally more divisional games. I'm not sitting here telling you this team's going to win the division. They haven't showed me any consistency enough for me to say they have a chance to do that. Do I think they could snag a wild card spot if they get hot and get healthy and go get somebody at the deadline? Absolutely. I think they have enough talent to do that. So no, I'm not ready to say that he's for sure being traded. Now, the next 3 weeks mean a lot. And so if you're not winning games, and luckily you do have Washington, you do have Colorado coming in, you do have some weaker opponents where you can put together a nice little run and let this front office add to this team. But if you're going to be competitive, I think you need Aroldis Chapman. I don't think they're ready to totally invest in Jordan Hicks, even though he might have made some changes and they like it. But that could be a guy they lean on because Justin Slayton isn't here and he doesn't seem to be anytime soon.
Yeah, which has obviously been discouraging since they hit the IL, just some of the things that we've heard about Slayton's recovery. As it's related to the pitching tonight, Will, we got Brendan Bernardino as the opener here. How do you see the team trying to piece it together to secure this series sweep?
Yeah, a lot's going to have to do with how the first inning goes. You'd love to get 2 innings out of Bernie. That'd be great. And then let Criswell go, 3 to 4 innings if possible. Obviously, the game and the scoreboard will dictate that. But you want Bernardino in there for sure against De La Cruz because his OPS is about 200 points lower from the right side of the plate. So he's going to have to face Bernardino from that side of the plate, regardless if the monster's there or not. So that's an advantage. So for sure for the first inning, and then we'll see what happens. But this bullpen, if you don't count Brayan Bello as coming out of the bullpen arms out there have only thrown 4 innings in the first 2 games of this series. So they're rested, and they should be able to piece this together, especially with the off day tomorrow.
Yeah, locked and loaded here for the finale. Hey, hitting on the lineup tonight, I think when people see Connor Wong's name in the lineup at this point, there's like a collective groan. But, Will, I keep thinking back to last year, where at the All-Star break especially, he was like a borderline All-Star candidate, especially offensively. And he comes into this game hitting 151 with 1 RBI, no extra base hits. What's happened to him offensively to why his season is at the point it's at right now?
Well, there's been Narvaez has done what he's done, so there hasn't been a lot of consistent playing time. And in this league, not many people can do what Rob Bresnader does, play once or twice a week and pinch hit and be good at that. That's an art form. And Connor's not that guy. And defensively, when he's been in there, he's been pretty good as far as catching and throwing, framing, blocking, all that. And the pitchers love the game he calls, and Veritek loves the game he calls back there. So there is that advantage to having him back there for that. But offensively, yeah, he has not found a rhythm at all. You feel like he hadn't really even hit a ball hard this year, and it's tough to see him go from where he was to where he is now. But I would chalk that up to not getting consistent at bats.
Marcelo Meyer, he's playing second base in this game. 3rd time he's getting the start at second base. Will, how impressed have you been with the way he's been able to take on third base, play a really smooth third base, but then be able to move to second base and still look athletic over there too? Yeah, his hands are just so soft. Like and he doesn't panic. If a ball handcuffs him and he knocks it down, he doesn't freak out. He slows down. He picks it up. He's just such a good internal clock for the game of baseball. And you put all those together, you can pretty much put him at any position. I could say you could probably give him 1 day to work on first base if you needed it. He's so good, he could figure it out because he's just he's a ball player. And I've been really impressed, I think, the most with his footwork at third base, which can be really tough if you're not accustomed to playing there, and that's reading balls off the bat, the first bounce, taking those, you play it like an X, right? A 45-degree angle both ways, back and in, and he's been so good at that. Now, he has good coaching. Alex has been working with him a lot. He's got a good mentor to his left in Trevor Story, who he works well with, and when you trust the guy next to you, you always tend to play a little better as well. Now, you just very quickly mentioned first base, and well, I kind of wanted to wrap things up with this. Masataka Yoshida at Fuller Park was taking some ground balls at first base. Alex Cora said that it's more of a break glass in case of emergency type of situation. What was your reaction when you saw that video, though, of him taking some first base reps? That's exactly what I thought it was. He's not – it's going to be one of those, like, late game – plug-ins if need be, someone gets hurt, kind of what they were asking of Rafi even starting in spring training, like, hey, just take ground balls. You're going to be the DH, but just take ground balls just in case, someone goes down. I don't know, maybe Tristan Casas blows his knee out. Who knows? And I think that's the case right now for Massa, is like just adding another trick up his sleeve if need be. Does height not matter, though? And I say this as a guy that's 5'8" on a good day. Like, it does matter still, right? It does, but it's more like it's just an emergency thing, right? If they happen to have to throw him over there for an inning, the game is out of reach, and for some reason someone had to pinch hit to get someone off their feet, and you lose your DH, he's DH, and you can move him, right? All right. I wouldn't read too much into it. All right. Well, hopefully Massa gets some good reps at the plate as well, too, as he's playing in Worcester. Tonight we got another game coming up here at Fenway Park, and Will Middlebrook's mine a doubleheader today. And Will, appreciate the time as always.
That's better. Doubleheader. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Joe.
All right, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up next, we will hear Alex Cora's postgame comments after the suspended game was completed today. We'll hear what he has to say. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers as we continue to get you ready here for the series finale between the Sox and the Reds. Boston going for the sweep here at Fenway Park on a Wednesday evening. Nice night here in Boston. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay. Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The Battle of New York will take place on July 4th weekend as two of the best teams in baseball meet in Queens. Led by the reigning MVP, the boss from the Bronx will head down to Queens to take on a struggling New York team. The next iteration of the New York rivalry is ready to hit the field, and it should be a great series. Who will come out on top as two teams separated by only miles face off in a weekend series for the ages? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
And this is a Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Weil with you, hanging out in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio here at Fenway Park as the Sox go for the sweep tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. They look to get back to 500 for the 16th time this year on a beautiful night here at Fenway, 82 degrees, partly cloudy. Before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles, Ford from America, for America. And here is what Alex Cora talked to the media about after the Sox won the completed suspended game 5-3. He had a chance to talk to everybody, and here is Alex Cora after that game came to an end, which was a Red Sox W.
It was great, man. The 0-2 walk, right, and then the homer, but then after that, I was talking to the starters. That was a good learning experience for him because every pitch mattered. You know, as a starter, you give up three, like the last one, 6 innings, you're happy, but there, he needed to make pitches the whole game, and did a great job with the runners, kept them at first. In the last game, they stole 2 or 3, I think it was. Was in command, got the ground balls. We played good defense behind him, and a really good one. He had enough to go into the 9th, but we had that guy, you know, 350 for him now. It's amazing. It's amazing.
How nice is it not to have to use anyone other than Chapman and Sadie?
Yeah, that was the plan, and it's hard, but understanding where we're going in the next game. You know, we made the decision yesterday right away, like, hey, it's his game. And if they score 5 against him, it's his game. You know, we have to save the bullpen, understanding that tomorrow's an off day, and then we got to, I think, how many in a row after that? The rest until the All-Star break. So we gotta be smart.
Was there any consideration that, as you know, he has struggled in afternoon games and moving him out of a game he was supposed to pitch at night and pitch in the afternoon?
No, I mean, he needs to learn, right? And it was at 2:30, so hopefully, you know, that extra hour of sleep helped him out. You know, it's a different family now. His kids are in town, all that, so he's been getting up earlier. So poking inside, he was amazing.
Is it satisfying for you when you put in the pinch runner like that and he scores? And
Not for me. I mean, we prefer our guys to execute, and he took a chance there. He was safe. Willie with a base hit, and then Trevor with a big swing. So, I mean, Toro, again, you know, puts up on play early on, gets a second, great base running. Great base running, too, on the fly ball. You know, if the center fielder catches that, probably he doesn't tag, but Lux caught that one and, you know, took advantage of the scattering report there and, you know, the walk or, you know, get on base, and Willie put the ball on play again.
With a Brayan, there's, you know, first pitch swing, miss, change up. Second pitch, they double up on the change up. Like, you know, that's adapting, right? Like, you know, what are you seeing in terms of his, like, is that situational awareness? Is that in-game adjustment?
I got to talk to him about it, but we've been talking about hunting certain areas. You know, we know that there's areas that he struggles with, although he will get you, if you keep going. But there's areas that he will put the ball in play, he will hit it hard, and he did a good job just staying humble in that swing and putting the ball in play, and good things happen.
With that idea of staying humble, when he came up in 23, he made such a positive impression. It seemed like he was kind of an all-fields guy who did have
took walks.
Yeah, took walks, all fields, likes the ball in terms of A swing, B swing, C swing. How the dial has kind of turned up somewhat in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've never been in that situation, but he had 12 right away, and you start feeling differently, right? And throughout the year, if you look at his body, right, early on, he was underweight, right, because he was sick during spring training. Now he looks stronger, so it's a different body than the one early in the season. Probably he fits stronger, just to let the A swing play. But in this game, I still believe, and JD Martinez used to say it, you have your golf bag, right, and you take the club that you need for that pitcher, right, or that situation. And today, he put the ball in play with one strike, and we got the W.
The other day he said he was feeling incredible since coming off the injured list. What have you seen from him in these last couple of weeks, and how important is his presence?
It's important, and the healthier we get, the better it's going to be, because the lineup is going to be longer, maybe he'll hit lower in the lineup, and that's going to be good for us, just like Carlos, right? And we just have to stay with him, keep him healthy. That's the most important thing. As you know, last year, after the injury in the dugout, it was hard for him, being on the ground and put good swings. He was off balance probably the whole time, but he grinded through it. He learned from it, and our job now is to keep him healthy.
All right, so that's Alex Cora talking after the completed suspended game. Sox won that 5-3. And again, they go for the sweep here against the Cincinnati Reds. Good stuff, obviously, from Alex Cora there. And let's get you today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. The 9 for the Reds in this one. So we got TJ Friedel leading things off once again. He's in center field. Matt McClain will be the shortstop here in the series finale. Ellie De La Cruz, who's batting behind him, he's going to be the DH in the final game of this series. Austin Hayes, he is in left field batting cleanup. Spencer Steer, who homered in that last game, he is at first base, and he is batting 5th. Tyler Stevenson bats 6th. He's the catcher. The former Dodger, Gavin Lux, he is batting 7th. He's at second base. Reese Hines bats 8th. He's in right. And Santiago Espinal rounds out the 9 as the third baseman. As for the Sox, they got Jarren Duran leading things off against the right-hander Nick Martinez for Cincinnati. Duran in left field in this game. Roman Anthony gets the start out in right field here in the finale. Abraham Toro, he goes across the diamond to third base in this game, hitting .292. He's got 5 home runs, 16 RBIs, and 10 doubles. Trevor Story, he is the shortstop, and he's back in the cleanup position. He went 1 for 4 in that last game with an RBI double in the 8th inning. Wilyer Abreu, who you just heard Alex Cora talk about there, and Alex Spear was the one asking a question about his aggressiveness this season. The walks have been down a little bit. He's got a .330 on-base percentage, but his slugging percentage is at .498. He's got more home runs this year than he did all of last year, and he's been swinging an electric bat since coming off the IL, going 13 for 37 at the plate. So he's the DH batting 5th. Cedar Rafaela, his hit streak came to an end in the finale, but he's up in the 6th spot in this game in the lineup, and he's out in center field. Marcelo Meyer, he bats 7th. He's at second base. Romy Gonzalez, he gets the start against the right-handed pitcher and Nick Martinez, but he'll be playing first base in this game. Romy's been great. .304 average, .347 on base, .509 slugging percentage. He has been awesome in his role. And then Connor Wong, he rounds out the starting lineup as the catcher in this game. Brendan Bernardino, the opener for the Sox in this one, 3-2, 4.26 ERA across 37 appearances. This will be the 10th time in his career that he has been the opener. And then on the other side, it's Nick Martinez, who's 5-8 with a 4.12 ERA. And if you missed it before, I mentioned that against the Padres in his last outing, he carried a no-hitter going into the 9th inning before that ended up getting broken up by a double. But as for the Red Sox, so Bernardino, he gets the start as the opener. Cooper Criswell up as the 27th man, so we'll likely see him, depending how things go here in the series finale. As again, the Sox tried to complete things on a high note here at Fenway Park before they head off for July 4th weekend to take on the Washington Nationals. Coming up next, we will get you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing, and then we'll also get you a Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. And we have several finals across Major League Baseball. We'll tell you all about them right after this. Again, Red Sox versus Reds here from Fenway Park. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Attorneys have been Boston's go-to injury attorneys for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you've got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. That's 617-777-7777.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you inside the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. The Red Sox look to complete a series sweep against the Cincinnati Reds, who enter this game 44-42. And hopefully the Sox can piece it together pitching-wise here in the finale as Brennan Bernardino gets the start as the opener. Every game we have the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. And here is our question of the day. You can find this on our X account at SoxBooth. What are your early thoughts on what the Red Sox should be at the trade deadline? And Sean McDonough and Will Middlebrooks, they'll discuss this tonight. The two options, buyers or sellers. And this is the time of the year where every team starts to really get a sense of where they're at. The Sox are in that middle spot right now, 43-44, as I mentioned, and 2 games out of the third wild card spot, which is held by the Seattle Mariners. So let's see if the Sox can get back to 500 here tonight. Here's the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. Never re-roof again at NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. And I'm going with the young kid, Roman Anthony. He's got a 5-game hitting streak coming into this game. I am betting on him getting that hitting streak to 6 games because I have loved what I have seen from Roman Anthony as of late. He has just looked so comfortable here at the major league level, and the at-bats have been really good. And against a guy in Nick Martinez who doesn't have strikeout stuff, I'm hoping Roman Anthony can get to him as the Sox offense has been able to do against these Reds starters early on in these first 2 games. So again, my lock of the game, Roman Anthony upping that hitting streak to 6 games. It's time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard update. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at Subaru of NewEngland.com. Looking within the division, the Yankees are taking on the Blue Jays at 7:07 out in Toronto. The Blue Jays all of a sudden find themselves just one game back of the New York Yankees for the top spot in the American League East. And if the Blue Jays win this game, they will have held at least a share of first place for the first time since September 7th of 2016. So it's been really long time for the Blue Jays since they've had the top spot in the division, but big game tonight out in Toronto. Meanwhile, the Rays, they are now just a half game back of the Yankees, and so they're ahead of the Blue Jays because they won today against the A's 6-5. They scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Josh Lowe, Yandy Diaz, and Jake Mangum all went deep in that game for Tampa Bay. Other game in the division tonight, Baltimore taking on the Texas Rangers out in Arlington. That is an 8:05 start time. Rubber match of that series as Nathan Eovaldi takes the mound for Texas. Here are the finals around Major League Baseball so far. So you have the Padres beating the Phillies 6-4. Nick Pivetta ended up allowing just 1 run in 6 innings of work. He's got a 3.25 ERA now and a 9-2 record on the year. Elsewhere, Detroit beats Washington in Game 1 of their twin bill 11-2. Detroit scored 6 runs in the first inning. Riley Green hit 2 home runs in that game. And then the Brewers beat the Mets by a score of 7-2 out at Citi Field as Joey Ortiz hit a tie-breaking grand slam in the 6th inning. The Mets have all of a sudden lost 14 of their last 17. And then Pittsburgh, a 5-0 winner against the Cardinals. Pittsburgh all of a sudden has won 6 in a row, and the Cardinals did not score a run in this series. And over these last 6 games, the Pirates have outscored their opponents 43-4. This is not a good team, but they are playing some really good baseball right now. Did want to get you one quick update about what happened in Worcester today before we have to sign off in our pregame coverage. Masataka Yoshida officially today started his rehab assignment with the Woo Sox. We talked with Will Middlebrooks about how he got some reps at first base, but that's a breaking case of emergency type of situation with him just getting some reps there. He was a DH today at Polar Park. He went 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Meanwhile, Kyle Harrison, he ended up getting the start today for the Woo Sox. Second start as a member of the Red Sox organization. He allowed 3 runs in 4 innings of work, ended up giving up 2 home runs while walking 2 and strike out 2. Of course, he was a big part of the return back in the Rafael Devers trade. Final thing for you, Christian Campbell playing at first base today at Polar Park for the first time. He went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts on the offensive side of things. You have been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Big thank you to Joe Braverman back at the flagship WEEI. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Sean McDonough, Will Middlebrooks will have the call of Red Sox and Reds as the Sox go for the sweep here along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Catch Foxwoods for You Fest, headlined by CeeLo Green with Spencer Sutherland. Play John and More, hosted by That One Mailman on July 12th. After the show, get trending with your fave influencers like the Boston Deli Boys, Saxsquatch, and more at the free meetup party. Then hit Wave Foxwoods Day Party, a summer celebration with a festival vibe featuring DJ Summer Rae on July 13th. For You Fest, July 12th through 13th. Get more info and tickets at foxwoods.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, this is Courtney. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action. From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Red Sox Baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win. Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Nomo has pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over.
Buy Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist.
Just yelled. They're attacking A-Rod, heavy words, and now
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Sean McDonough and Will Middlebrooks.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
And a terrific way to welcome you back to Fenway Park. Our national anthem performed by the LaSalle Academy Choir from Providence, Rhode Island. It was brought to us by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustained, skilled trades careers, helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one. Sean McDonough and Will Middlebrooks back at Fenway Park for the regularly scheduled night game, what is technically not a doubleheader. The Red Sox won. The game finished earlier today. The completion of the game suspended last night after 3 innings. Red Sox 5-3 winners this afternoon. And combined with their 13-6 win here on Monday night in Game 1 of the series, the Red Sox going for a 3-game sweep of the Cincinnati Reds, and a Boston victory in this night game would get them back to the 500 mark. They are 43-44 right now, 6 games out of first place in the American League East, and in 4th place. There's a battle, as Joe Wild told you, for first place in the division tonight in Toronto, with the Yankees trying to hold off the hard-charging Toronto Blue Jays. Time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And with that, here's Will.
Thanks, Sean. And for the Cincinnati Reds, they're going to lead off with T.J. Friedel. He'll be in center field. Batting second will be Matt McLean. He'll be at shortstop. Batting third, the always dangerous Ellie De La Cruz. He is the DH here for the second game of the day. Austin Hayes will bat cleanup. He'll be in left field. Tyler Stevenson will do the catching. Reese Hines will follow him, playing right field. And Gavin Lux will be at second. Batting eighth, Christian Encarnacion Strand. He'll be at first. And Santiago Espinal will be at third, rounding out the lineup. For the Boston Red Sox, leading off, playing left field will be Jaron Duran, followed by Roman Anthony. He'll be in right field against the righty Nick Martinez. Third will be Abraham Toro. He'll play third base in this one. Cleanup spot tonight will be Trevor Story. He'll play shortstop, followed by the DH Wilyer Abreu. Cedon Rafaela, not in the 9th spot in this one. He'll be in the 6th hole, playing center field, followed by Marcelo Meyer. He'll play second base for the second time this season. Romy Gonzalez gets the start at first base, and Connor Wong behind the plate in the 9 hole.
It'll be Nick Martinez on the mound for Cincinnati. He was the regularly scheduled starter. Pitched very well his last time out. Took a no-hitter into the 9th inning in a game against the San Diego Padres. Meanwhile, Brayan Bello was scheduled to be the starter in this night game. but Alex Cora elected to use him at the start of resumption of play in the 4th inning of the game completed this afternoon. That decision worked very well as Bello pitched 5 innings and got the win in relief of Richard Fitz. Red Sox, by the way, finally won a game started by Richard Fitz. They had been 0-10 all time, given the 10 prior starts for the right-hander as a member of the Boston Red Sox. So, having used Bello, the decision to use Brendan Bernardino in what will be the opening role, and then we may see several others as the game goes along.
Yeah, and I think the biggest decision on making using the opener in Bernardino is Elly De La Cruz in that 3 spot. You want him batting right-handed as many times as possible. That OPS is about 200 points lower when he's batting right-handed. Even with the big monster here in left, you still want him batting from the right side of the plate. And then it'll turn over to Cooper Criswell, and I would think they would hope to get 3 to 4 innings out of him. The bullpen has only covered, if you don't count Brayan Bello as coming out of the bullpen arms out there have only covered 4 innings in this series so far, the first 2 games. And then the off day tomorrow, you'll have to think all hands on deck for this one.
Umpires are at home plate. The exchange of lineup cards taking place. Old friend Brad Mills, who was here with Terry Francona, is now his bench coach. And he's out there representing the Cincinnati Reds. Red Sox bench coach Ramon Vasquez handling the lineup card for Boston. The umpires are Brian O'Nora behind the plate. He worked last night the first 3 innings at third base, and then when this turned into what is not officially a doubleheader, but 2 games played in 1 day, he left and did not umpire the rest of the afternoon game, so he could gear up to have the plate tonight. Mike Estabrook is at first base, the crew chief Laz Diaz at second, and Edwin Jimenez, who joined this crew for the completion of the game suspended last night, is at third base. Tonight's Speed Report is brought to us by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. And on the subject of speed, the game that was completed today played in officially 2 hours and 9 minutes. It felt like a lot longer than that because there was an 80-minute delay after they put the tarp on the field last night before they decided to suspend it and finish it today. But the actual time to play the game was 2 hours and 9 minutes. Red Sox taking the field. They've changed their uniform for the night game now with red uniform tops and blue numbers, and blue Red Sox across the chest and white pants. Cincinnati Reds back to the gray visiting uniforms with the red helmets and red lettering, red numbers on their backs. The Baldwin Group defensive alignment. Let's look at who's defending behind Brendan Bernardino. Jaron Duran is in left field. Cedon Rafael in center. Roman Anthony, who was the DH for the completed game earlier today, is in the field and playing right field. Abraham Toro is at third base. He started the previous game at first base. Trevor Story is the shortstop. Marcelo Meyer moves over to second base. Romy Gonzalez at first. And Connor Wong will do the catching for Brendan Bernardino, starting for the first time this season after 37 relief appearances. He's 3-2 with a 4.26 ERA in 31 2/3 innings. He's given up 15 earned runs. Walks have been a problem. He's walked 17 in those 31 2/3, struck out 26. The opponent's hitting .233 against him. Red Sox injury reports brought to us by Ketchus Law Group. Champions for the injured with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. The rain last night also impacted the return of Masataka Yoshida, who was trying to begin a rehab stint in Worcester with the Woo Sox. They got rained out last night. He's missed the entire season after shoulder surgery. He was in the lineup today for the Woo Sox against the Syracuse Mets, and he went 0 for 2 in that game with a walk and a strikeout as Worcester lost to Syracuse 5-2. Kyle Harrison, the pitching prospect the Red Sox got in the Devers trade, started, went 4 innings, allowed 3 earned runs on 5 hits and 2 walks. He struck out 2, gave up a couple of home runs. So Bernardino, the lefty, ready to go. as is T.J. Friedel. And the night game is underway with a first pitch sinker for strike one. Friedel hitting .282, 8 homers, 31 runs batted in. He takes another strike on the outside corner at 91 with a sinker. 82 degrees at game time. Turned into a delightful evening here in the hub. Time and temperature sponsored by Hatfield. Better care, better pork. First pitch at 7:10, right on schedule. Two teams had about 3 hours to kill. The suspended game completed at just about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Threw him a curveball away, and Friedel waved at it for the first out of the ball game.
Yeah, looking at Bernardino's stuff, sinker, curveball, cutter, the three he leans on the most heavily. He will go to a changeup and a slider here and there, but that was the big side-to-side breaker in that 0-2 count for the strikeout.
He's pitching tonight against the team with which he started his professional baseball career. He throws strike one, taken by Matt McLean, who's playing shortstop in this series finale after playing second base in the first two. De La Cruz will be the DH. Swing and a miss. He was late at a high fastball. And it's an 0-2 count. 210 for McLean, 9 homers, 31 runs batted in. Bernardino has pitched just 2 games in his career against Cincinnati. He misses inside. One ball, 2 strikes, the count. And the pitch is a curveball low.
Onora is one of those old school umpires who stands up really quickly out of his crouch in 2-ball counts just to get your attention. Even if he's going to call it a ball, you really got to watch him closely.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, just underway. It was a mostly cloudy afternoon, but the sun has come out here late in the day. The pitch is just inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Almost the entire field is in the shadows as the sun sets to the west behind the third base stands. There are slivers of sunlight in straightaway center field and in the right field corner. And there's ball 4 up and away. Bernardino wasn't missing by much with those last few. But it's a walk to McLean. And a 1-out base runner for Cincinnati. Red Sox baseball is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Here's De La Cruz, the enormously talented 23-year-old out of the Dominican Republic, 6'5", 200. First pitch to him's up and away. He's a switch hitter batting right-handed. Hitting .276 with 18 homers, 57 runs batted in, but in the last 10 games he's hit .366 with a couple of home runs.
Bernardino started this quick snap pick over. Look at McLean trying to control that run game. Bernardino started this game with 5 straight strikes, now followed by 5 straight balls. And you talked about it earlier, Sean. He's had a little issue with the walk as of lately.
That's been a problem. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Doesn't throw very hard. That was 90, but it looked like a late swing from De La Cruz.
You tend to see a lot of late swings from righties against Bernardino. He's very deceptive in which he releases the ball. He hides it well and has good angle into righties.
The pitch, the runner going, is a ball. The throw from Wong not in time. Dropped by Meyer. Wouldn't have mattered. He got a good pitch on which to run. It was a slow curveball at 79 miles per hour. And McLean has a stolen base, his 12th of the year without being caught.
And Connor Wong caught it, got rid of it quickly, made a good throw, but just a touch late. The drop didn't really make a difference there by Marcelo Meyer.
2 balls and a strike on De La Cruz. He swings and misses at a cutter, evening the count at 2-2. Bernardino, as we mentioned, started his career in the Reds organization. Never did make it to the major leagues with them. He was a 26th round pick in 2014. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball down and in. And De La Cruz strikes out, 2 strikeouts in the inning, with the walk sandwiched in between. Bernardino really a study in perseverance. In the Reds organization for 4 years, didn't make it to the big leagues. Wound up pitching in the Mexican League, pitching for Winnipeg in the American Association, pitched in Venezuela. He throws strike one taken by Austin Hayes, the left fielder in this game, at 287 with 7 homers and 29 runs batted in. He lived for a while in Phoenix, was driving for Lyft, trying to get another chance with a major league team. Swing and a pop foul out of play. He went around to a lot of different Cactus League facilities during spring training. February of 2019, finally got a minor league deal with Cleveland. Then he wound up back in Mexico for 3 more years before he was signed by Seattle in 2022. Finally broke into the big leagues at the age of 30, July of 2022. His 0-2 pitch is a little bit down and in. A lot of guys would have given up. But
Most do, especially at that point. You get to 30 years old, you hadn't made it yet. You think, okay, I got to get on with my life. Can't keep making these minor league paychecks, which normally don't add up to much.
He was cut, was Brennan, by the first junior college team he tried to pitch for. Wound up at Los Angeles Mission College in 2012, pitched there for 1 year, then on to Cal State Dominguez Hills. But he's been an important part of this Red Sox pitching staff last couple of years. He slings one up there at 3/4, a curveball low.
He was honestly very overused this really in May. I mean, he's had 10 appearances here in June. He had 10 in April, but in May he threw 16 times that month, but pitched to a 0.71 ERA. It was a very important piece in big spots.
It's up to 18 pitches. This will be the 19th. The 2-2 to Austin Hayes. And it's inside, another full count. With McLean at second base after a walk and a stolen base. And 2 down. First inning of the final game of this series. It's the Red Sox and Reds. The 50th anniversary of their World Series meeting. Bounding ball on the left side, handled by Story. His throw to first just in time. Through on the run, going to his left. Didn't get a lot on a 3/4 throw, and a good stretch by Romy Gonzalez to get the out that ends the inning. After a half inning, the Reds nothing. The Red Sox coming up on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just 2 lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale, retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination.
burgers deserve Pepsi.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
No score after a half inning. Red Sox getting ready to bat against the 34-year-old veteran right-hander Nick Martinez, making his 19th appearance, his 17th start. He's 5-8 with an ERA of 4.12, but coming off the best outing of his career last time out against San Diego when he took a no-hitter into the ninth and lost it on a single by Elias Diaz. He throws ball one up and away to Jarren Duran, who stands in at 253. 6 homers, 39 runs batted in. Rocking and firing is Martinez as a towering high fly ball fouled on the right field line. Into a big crowd tonight. Ballpark just about jammed to capacity here in the first inning. A lot of times it's a late arriving crowd, but not tonight. They're in their seats and ready to go. The 1-1 from Martinez, check swinging a foul ball behind home plate.
And that pitch right there, the changeup from Martinez, that's what he's been going to. His fastball is going to be around 92, 93. The changeup, actually a big change in speed, 78 miles an hour. He threw it a career high 38 times in his last outing.
And his pitch is swung on and missed. A good changeup, and Duran goes down swinging. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Coming up next in the Herm Chambers batting order, Roman Anthony and then Abraham Toro. Anthony starting to settle in as a major leaguer. He's hit in 5 straight games now, up to 212, a homer and 7 runs batted in. Playing right field here in the night game. He taps one foul over to the Red Sox dugout.
So I played with Nick Martinez, AAA with the Rangers in 2017 in Round Rock, then played with him in Texas there in Arlington. And one thing this guy did really well was read swings.
It goes up the middle past Martinez, fielded by McLean, the shortstop, who throws him up from deep behind second base.
What I mean by read swings is what he can do. Jarren Duran pulled that ball very foul on the cutter, which is firm, and then he immediately went back-to-back changeups against him, thinking, okay, his timing is much more ahead of where it needs to be. I'm not going to keep throwing fastballs for him. I'm going to throw him something softer and force him to try to keep it fair, and he got the strikeout.
He fires a strike to Abraham Toro, one of the heroes of the afternoon victory. He went 2 for 4. Scored the game tying run. And then the pinch runner for him, Nate Eaton, scored the game winning run. Takes a breaking ball for a strike. He's back up to 292, 5 homers, 16 runs batted in. Starting at third base tonight after he played first base earlier. Line to right, sinking fast. It'll fall for a hit in front of Reese Hines, the right fielder. So the Red Sox have their first base runner on a line drive in a right for Abraham Toro.
Well, I'll tell you what, Toro does nothing flashy, but he does everything well. And he's been such a good addition to this ball club, and he just continues to get hits and get hits in big spots.
He's had a hit in all 3 games in this series. He's at first, being held by Encarnacion Strand. And ball 1 is inside to Trevor Story, hitting .238, 12 homers, 47 runs batted in. He knocked in a run, the last run of the game for the Red Sox, with a double in the 8th inning this afternoon, the 5-3 win. Fastball high from Martinez. No score. We're in the bottom of the first. Red Sox trying to sweep the Reds, get back to 500 with an off day coming tomorrow, and then it's down to Washington, D.C. for a series with the Nationals over the weekend. The 2-0 pitch is taken right down the middle, a fastball for a strike. Martinez wears the number 28. He's from Miami. Like Brennan Bernardino, he's been a study in perseverance. His pitch is high. He was an 18th round pick. And as Will said, broke in with Texas, but then wound up in Japan for 4 years. 2018 through 2021. Some of that time was in the Japanese minor leagues. They got back into the big leagues in 2022 with San Diego. Now with the Reds, hit hard up the middle, base hit. Just past the shortstop, McLean, rounding second and stopping is Toro. And Trevor Story has a base hit, back-to-back line drive singles for the Red Sox with 2 outs here in the first inning.
A 3-1 cutter right there to Trevor Story, and he's finally gotten back to just line drives, middle of the field. He's making more contact because of that approach and plan at the plate. And for him, with his speed, just putting the ball in play often results in hits.
5-game hit streak for Story. 2 men on, 2 outs. Wilyer Abreu, first ball swing, hits a bouncer right at the second baseman Lux, who throws him out. And the Red Sox strand 2 after 1 inning at Fenway. No score. On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during this season, the Arbella Insurance Foundation will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Already 2 strikeouts for Brennan Bernardino. Is going to stay out there for the second inning, although the Red Sox are getting bullpen action started. 20 pitches in the first. He had some deep counts, did Bernardino. Facing Tyler Stevenson, who's doing the catching for Terry Francona here in the series finale. He took a ball. Stevenson, 226, 6 homers, 25 runs batted in. It's a hard ground ball up the middle. Meyer has it. The second baseman throws him out. Marcelo well positioned. He was shading the middle, and it came right to him. Stream every out-of-market game live or on demand, plus stream MLB Network 24/7 for the entire season. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. No score. We're in the second. Red Sox won this afternoon 5-3, trying to sweep the Reds. Reese Hines takes the strike. Playing right field, right-handed hitter. Has struggled at the major league level this season, hitting .147 in 35 plate appearances with 2 home runs. Breaking ball off speed, swung on and missed, 0-2.
So it's not Criswell warming up, it's Jorge Alcala, flamethrower.
He appeared in the first game of this series on Monday night. The 0-2 pitch sails past Connor Wong, tried to backhand it. Reese Hines and then Gavin Lux in the Reds Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to us by Herb Chambers, Lexus of Sharon and Lexus of Hingham. The ball way outside.
You know a thing or two about Hingham.
I sure do. Hook'em Harborman. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bernardino works out of the stretch and fires, and it's a bounding ball down to third. On a couple of hops for Toro. High throw. Gonzalez had to leap in the air. He landed on the bag, made a terrific play for the out.
To the naked eye from up here, I thought maybe Romy did not get that foot down in time. Trying to see the replay right now. Oh, you know what? He sure did. That was a heck of a play. He's such an athlete, Romy is, being able to bounce around this infield, play wherever they need him. And he can play a really solid first base over there. Nice play.
Yeah, when leaping in the air, he managed to turn his head around over his right shoulder to look down after he caught it. Make sure his foot landed on the bag, and it did. He's made a couple of the nice plays already. 2 outs, the base is empty in the Cincinnati second. No score. And ball 1 taken by Gavin Lux, who's playing second base. He's been in the outfield earlier in this series. Facing Brennan Bernardino, who delivers. There's a fly ball, well hit to left. Duran retreating. He's going to have to play it off the wall. It's just above the scoreboard. Jaron bare hands and throws to second, way off target. And it did not matter as Lux is in with a double. He went sliding in, but didn't need to. And that's the first hit for the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, we came into this one knowing Bernardino hasn't completed 2 innings this season. 1.2 innings was his most, and it looks like once again he's going to match that. It's also the second time this season he's thrown 31 pitches. That 38 last week against Toronto.
Pitching change is brought to you by Iservay. No score. We're in the top of the second inning on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connect-to-Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make monthly costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything. From an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension, no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connect-to-Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
So Brennan Bernardino is out after an inning and 2/3. He departs with the game scoreless, but the new pitcher, Jorge Alcala, inherits the runner Lux at second base after his 2-out double. Alcala pitched in the 9th inning Monday when the Red Sox had a big lead on their way to a 13-6 win. He pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 run on 2 hits. That's the only of his 6 outings with the Red Sox in which he has been scored upon. In all, he's pitched 5 innings for Boston, having allowed 5 hits and 1 run, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts.
His best pitch is his fastball. I mean, it's electric. We've seen him up to 99, 100. He'll sit around 97, 98. Batter just 176 against that pitch.
And his first pitch is hit hard down to third, but played on a hop by Toro, who throws to first to retire Christian Encarnacion Strand, and that ends the inning. Alcala needed just 1 pitch to do that. After an inning and a half on a beautiful night at Fenway Park, no score on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
I'm I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing zero sugar cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Bottom of the second, no score. Sean McDonough, Will Middlebrooks, delighted to have you with us. So down Rafaela leads off, taps one foul over by the Reds on deck circle as he faces Nick Martinez. 251 for the Red Sox center fielder, 9 homers, 33 runs batted in. He's batting sixth in this game after hitting ninth. In the game completed this afternoon, a 5-3 Red Sox win. A ball outside from Martinez, who gave up back-to-back singles with 2 outs in the first inning, got out of the difficulty when Abreu grounded out to end the Red Sox first. Very fidgety is Martinez. He rocks back and forth several times before going into his windup. It's a pop foul out of play for Rafaela. And a 1-2 count.
Martinez almost pitches like a soft-tossing lefty, except he still has a decent fastball, but he throws so much off-speed. That's one of the reasons he limits hard hit rate, keeps it really down.
He rocked back and forth 5 times before throwing this pitch, and it's low. Another soft one, as Will said. 80-mile-an-hour curve. From Miami, he's another guy who was once cut from his high school team. Wound up playing at Fordham, where he was, for the most part, a second baseman. 2-2 pitch, hit high in the air and fouled down the right field line. The entire playing field now is in the shadows. The lights are on as the sun sets on a nice day here in America's greatest city. The 2-2 pitch is hit foul down the third base line past Kyle Hudson, the third base coach. Jose David Flores coaches at first for the Red Sox. Rafaela, Meyer, and Gonzalez coming up. Martinez fidgets and throws, and that's a well-hit ball toward the 379 marker in left center field. It's off the wall just to the left of that yellow line. Misplayed in center field. Dropped for a moment by Friedel, and as a result, Rafaela is going to wind up at third base. He didn't miss a home run by much. If it was about 6 or 7 feet to the right, it would have been to the right of that yellow line that's just to the left of the flagpole. And when it carried back onto the field, Friedel dropped it on his first attempt to field it. It'll be a double, and then third base on the air by the center fielder.
We are watching Cedar Rafaela blossom as a big leaguer this season. Watching him make in-at-bat adjustments.
He's at third base with nobody out. Great chance for the Red Sox to take the lead with Marcelo Meyer up there. And he took ball 1 down and away. The pitch from Martinez is a swing and a pop-up. That won't get the job done. It's along the right field line. Foul territory. The second baseman made the catch, Gavin Lux. So Meyer, the 7th batter in the Red Sox lineup, retired. 7th batter, sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney. for more than 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777.
I can write that down for you if you don't remember it next time. Sure.
That's easy to remember. Infield is in now for Terry Francona. They weren't in for the previous at-bat. Well hit ball to right by Romy Gonzalez. Should be deep enough to score the run. The catch made by Reese Hines. Strong throw toward the plate. He actually made a fairly close play. And Rafael across the plate standing up. I don't think he knew that ball was as close as it was. It's a sacrifice fly for Gonzalez. A 1-0 Red Sox lead as Romy delivers his 20th run batted into the season.
Yeah, great job by Romy. That's the thing. When you're facing a guy who throws a ton of off speed, you have to make sure to get something up in the zone so you can elevate it to get that run in. Actually got a fastball up, took advantage of it, smoked it to right. To your point, Cedon didn't realize that was that close, and you need Connor Wong letting him know you got to get down as an on-deck batter.
I think Connor was a little bit caught by surprise. It certainly seemed deep enough that there wouldn't be a close play at the plate. It was closer than it should have been. So Wong getting the start. He took strike one, and now he pops one foul down the right field line that's drifting into the stands just past the tarp in Canvas Alley. Red Sox lead 1-0. We're in the bottom of the second at Fenway Park. The breeze has picked up a little bit. There was no wind earlier today. It's blowing out towards center. Line drive and a base hit into center field. And Connor Wong is aboard. The Red Sox have 4 hits after one trip through the batting order against Nick Martinez.
Not a whole lot of offense from Connor Wong this year. No extra base hits, just 1 RBI, but that's a good sign right there. An in-bat adjustment and a line drive smoked to center field for the single.
Been a much better hitter at home than he has been on the road. Takes a decent lead as Jarren Duran steps in and takes a breaking ball low. So Martinez, who flirted with a no-hitter last time out on Friday against San Diego, has given up 4 hits now through an inning and 2/3 here at Fenway. Working out of the stretch, throws to first to check on Wong, who has 1 stolen base without being caught. Connor's playing in just his 31st game. He's become the backup to Carlos Narvaez, who had another good day in the afternoon game. Narvaez went 1 for 2, drove in a couple of runs. Wong is running. The pitch is high. The throw is in time. They got him. Got a good pitch on which to throw, a fastball. And it was a good throw by Tyler Stevenson. Wong caught stealing to end the inning. But the Red Sox get the first run of the game after 2. 1-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Will you be okay for the show Saturday?
Yep. Look, ZocDoc has a ton of in-network doctors who can see me this week.
This week?
Reviews say Dr. Okami has a great bedside manner. Or Dr. Stafford. Patients say he never rushes appointments and has an opening today.
You should rush to his office.
And booked.
Now I need ZocDoc to find an ear doctor.
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Fresh cherries are bursting with flavor, now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Right now, get Northwest cherries for only $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2 bags. Short on time, you can order free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket, the Red Sox radio network. Those cherries sound nice with the holiday upcoming. You're on the road, heading off to a great holiday weekend, we hope. Delighted to have you with us, Sean McDonough and Will Middlebrooks at Fenway Park. Red Sox leading 1-0. Alcala threw strike one to Santiago Espinal, who's batting ninth. He's their third baseman, hitting .242 with 12 runs batted in, no homers. A ball and a strike now after a curveball. Espinal, then the top of the order, T.J. Friedel and Matt McClain. Bounding ball just foul wide of third. That's the Reds batting order here in the top of the third. Sponsored by Herb Chambers Mercedes-Benz of Boston, Mercedes-Benz of Sudbury, and Flagship Motor Cars of Linfield. Brennan Bernardino was the opener. He went an inning in 2/3 without allowing a run. He walked one, gave up 1 hit, struck out 2 through 29 pitches. Pop foul slicing out of play to the right. One ball and 2 strikes. We'll check the Subaru of New England scoreboard here in the 3rd inning. Breaking ball low, and looks like the Toronto Blue Jays are going to move into first place in the American League East. There's a long way to go up there, but the Jays scored 7 runs in the 1st inning tonight against the Yankees and Will Warren, who gave up all 7. Addison Barger had a 3-run homer. Davis Schneider a 2-run blast, and they're in the 2nd now. 7-0. Blue Jays trying to sweep that series.
Tell you what, the Blue Jays are swinging the bat over the last week to 10 days. George Springer had that massive game yesterday, 7 runs driven in,
including a grand slam. Full count now here on Espinal. Alcala winds and fires, and it's a swing and a miss. He chased a high fastball out of the strike zone. Actually, the scoreboard says it's a slider. It certainly wasn't. It was a slider, and it wasn't where he meant to throw it, up and in, but he got away with it.
It didn't slide. It stayed about a foot above the zone. Espinal picked up the spin thinking, all right, here comes the break, and it just never came down.
A strikeout for Alcala, who throws strike one taken by T.J. Friedel with a 97-mile-an-hour heater. Friedel struck out leading off the game against Bernardino. Toro in on the edge of the grass. There's a swing and a high fly ball to center. Rafaela hardly has to move. Took a step or 2 back and then a couple in to make the catch. And 2 down here in the Cincinnati 3rd. The Red Sox leading 1-0. Some action earlier today around Major League Baseball. The Milwaukee Brewers beat the Mets 7-2. They got a Joey Ortiz grand slam in the 6th inning that broke a 2-2 tie. The Mets have lost 4 in a row and 14 out of 17. Breaking ball in for a strike to Matt McClain.
Joey Ortiz was the prospect that came over from Baltimore in the trade for Corbin Burns. See him paying dividends.
1 strike pitch is chopped off the plate high in the air. McClain has an infield hit. Speaking of Baltimore, that was the old Baltimore chop. Right up off the plate. Went high in the air. Alcala fielded it along the 3rd base line, between the mound and the 3rd base line. But by the time he got it over there, even as hard as he throws, no chance.
So many times you see a pitcher field that chopper like that, and you're just, when you want to scream, eat it. Put it in your pocket. Don't throw it, because more times than not, it ends up down by the tarp. It ends up throwing him a double.
So that's the first base runner with Alcala out there. He's faced 4 hitters. McClain has been on base twice. Walked his first time up. Cincinnati's had very few base runners the last couple of days. They had 3 hits in the game completed this afternoon in the 5-3 Red Sox win. De La Cruz hits one well to left. Duran's on the warning track, and he makes the catch right in front of the American League East standings in left field. The fly ball ends the inning. De La Cruz is 0 for 2. Middle of the third at Fenway Park. Boston 1, Cincinnati nothing on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Oh, watch for beans.
That sign says watch for bears. Here, let's find you an eye doctor on ZocDoc.
Look, Dr. Barker is in network.
That says Dr. Baker. Here, let me help. Reviews say he's very attentive. Dr. Cleaves has 5 stars and an opening tomorrow.
That's great.
Booked it.
Nice. So, why do I need to watch for falling socks?
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom of the third, Jarren Duran back up there. He was at the plate when Connor Wong was thrown out trying to steal to end the second. Red Sox batting with a 1-0 lead. Duran leading off in the Herb Chambers batting order. Roman Anthony and Abraham Toro to follow against Nick Martinez. There was a backdoor curveball for a strike. And Duran quickly in an 0-2 hole. He struck out. His first time up, he asked for time here. Does some adjusting of his batting gloves. So we'll continue on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Pittsburgh shut out St. Louis this afternoon 5-0. Mitch Keller, 7 innings. Got help from 2 relievers on a 6-hit shutout. Ball low. San Diego beat Philadelphia 6-4. Old friend Nick Pivetta goes to 9-2. In the words of the great Bob Lobel, how come we can't get pitchers like that? He gave up 1 run in 6 innings and struck out 6. Manny Machado drove in 3. There's a well-hit ball. Left center field, drifting back onto the warning track. Friedel makes the catch, a couple of steps in front of the wall. And a long opposite field flyout for Jarren Duran.
Well, even though it didn't result in a hit for Duran, that's a better sign, right? Last couple weeks, tons of rollovers, everything pull side. The last couple games, we've seen a couple balls hit hard to left center. It's a really good sign that he's getting his timing back where it needs to be.
1 out. Here's Roman Anthony. And he takes a changeup low. He grounded out his first time up. Tampa Bay beat the Athletics 6-5 today. Josh Lowe, Yandy Diaz, Jake Mangum all hit home runs. Ball 2 is low to Anthony. Ryan Pepio got the win, struck out 9. The Athletics fan 17 times total in that game. So Tampa Bay right there with the Yankees in Toronto in a 3-way fight for first in the division. Strike on the outside corner, a 90-mile-an-hour cutter. Anthony trying to extend his hitting streak to 6. Red Sox lead 1-0. They've out-hit Cincinnati 4-2. Martinez rocks and fires a big swing and a miss. He was out in front of an 81-mile-an-hour curve. Detroit beat Washington 11-2. Riley Green announced as an all-star starter for the American League today at 2 homers and drove in 6. The Tigers are 54-32, tied with the Dodgers, the best record in Major League Baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And it's a high pop-up, very high in shallow center. Friedel still waiting for it, makes a one-handed catch. 2 down here in the third. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Third inning brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now. It's instantly going to save you 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. And all the driving folks are doing in this holiday week. Great time for it. Go get that app. Breaking ball, a called strike for Abraham Toro. He singled to right his first time up after a 2-hit afternoon game won by the Red Sox 5-3. Strike on the outside corner with a cutter, 0-2.
So one thing Martinez does well is fill up the zone. Just a 5% walk rate. That puts him in the upper echelon of all of baseball.
Swing and a fly ball down the left field line, drifting over toward the corner, Austin Hayes, and he makes the catch a couple of steps in fair territory. The Red Sox go in order on 3 fly balls. After 3, Boston 1, Cincinnati nothing. On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Will you be okay for the show Saturday?
Yep, look. ZocDoc has a ton of in-network doctors who can see me this week.
This week?
Reviews say Dr. Okami has a great bedside manner. Or Dr. Stafford. Patients say he never rushes appointments and has an opening today.
You should rush to his office.
And booked.
Now I need ZocDoc to find an ear doctor.
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river. Give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew.
Do the do.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Pause for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
To the 4th we go. Red Sox leading 1-0. Third different pitcher on the mound now for Boston as the left-hander Chris Murphy takes over, making his first career appearance against the Cincinnati Reds. He follows Bernardino and Alcala, who have combined to shut out the Reds on 2 hits so far. First pitch from the lefties, a soft curveball taken for strike 1 by Austin Hayes. Hayes, Stevenson, and Hines. Middle third of the order for Cincinnati in the 4th. Swing and a miss. He was out ahead of another soft toss. That Cincinnati batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers BMW of Boston, BMW of Sudbury, and BMW of Medford. And the pitch, swing and a miss on a pitch down and in. A strikeout for Murphy.
Murphy, a guy you're happy to see him back on a big league mound. He had Tommy John. His last time pitching was September 27th of 2023. Been going through the rehab process since then, through a little bit in a rehab stint in Worcester, and then found himself back in the big leagues. This is his second outing this year.
They pitch Saturday against Toronto. He throws strike one inside to Tyler Stevenson, who tried to check his swing and could not. Chris, in his first appearance since September of 2023, pitched 2 scoreless innings against the Jays. Gave up 2 walks and struck out 2. He missed down and in 1-1 on the Cincinnati catcher, who grounded to second against Bernardino in the second inning. 1-0 Red Sox. The hits are 4-2 for Boston. Swinging a high fly ball down the right field line, drifting over toward the warning track in the corner. Roman Anthony makes a one-handed catch. 2 away. If you're looking for a warm, vibrant community for mom or dad, River Spring Living truly feels like home. Great care, a connection that makes it so special. Schedule the tour at riverspringliving.org. 2 outs here in the 4th. 1-0 Red Sox. And strike 1 taken by Reese Hines, who grounded to third his first time up. Murphy pitches. It's a swing and a chopper foul at the plate. It hit Hines and then caromed out in front of the plate for foul ball. Hines been up and down between Cincinnati and their AAA affiliate, which isn't far away. It's in Louisville. A little more than an hour drive from Cincinnati. This is his second stint with the Reds. He was up for about half of May. Swing and a miss at a fastball. 96 miles per hour. 1-2-3 inning for Chris Murphy. Middle of the 4th at Fenway. 1-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Will you be okay for the show Saturday?
Yep, look. ZocDoc has a ton of in-network doctors who can see me this week.
This week?
Reviews say Dr. Okami has a great bedside manner. Or Dr. Stafford. Patients say he never rushes appointments and has an opening today.
You should rush to his office.
And booked.
Now I need ZocDoc to find an ear doctor.
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Hey guys, this is Courtney. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Bottom of the 4th, 1-0 Red Sox. Trevor Story leads off against Nick Martinez in the Herb Chambers batting order. And he takes a curveball, overhand curve for a strike. Story hitting cleanup in this game with Wilyer Abreu on deck and then Cedon Rafaela. The right-hander throws. There's a hard hit ball hooking toward the left field corner. That's off the wall on a line. Story's going to try for second. Here comes the throw, and he's safe on a head-first slide. Close play. He hit it so hard that it gave the Reds' Austin Hayes a chance to throw him out from the left field corner. But a good slide to the outfield side of the bag, and Trevor's in there with a 2-base hit.
Well, 2 seamers in to Trevor Story. That's where they go to die. He can pull the ball with the best of them. It's out away from him sometimes. It can be tough, but he pulls those hands in and rifles this ball off the wall.
So he's at second with nobody out. Red Sox trying to add to a 1-0 lead. They have 5 hits now, including 2 doubles. And strike one taken by Abreu. Every Walmart wall ball means another donation to the Massachusetts Fallen Heroes, supporting Gold Star families. Learn more at massfallenheroes.org. Brought to you by Walmart, proudly supporting veterans in our community. Swing and a miss. He was way out in front of a changeup. Abreu grounded out to end the first, stranded a couple of men. But he drove in 5 in the opener to this series Monday night. He had another RBI, and the game completed this afternoon. He had 2 hits in the game that started last night and was completed today. Red Sox lead 1-0. Short lead from second for Story. The shortstop's right behind him. The pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and popped out of play. 4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate it today. Your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. Cars with a K. Martinez checks the runner. The 0-2 pitch is a fastball outside to the left-handed hitting Abreu.
In this at bat, even in the 2-strike count, all the off-speed from Martinez gives Abreu the opportunity to get the ball on the right side and move Trevor Story over to third.
The pitch is off speed and way outside. No chance to swing at that one. 2-2. With Rafaela on deck. Martinez again takes a glance at the runner and throws. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a cutter. It was foul tipped into the mid of Stevenson. Fourth inning bell brought to you by Russell Hackman and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Request your appointment today or learn more at hackmanwealth.com. That's Hackman with 2 N's at the end. Hackmann. Chopper down the third base line off the bat of Rafaela. Throw to first. Bang, bang play, but they got him on a strong throw by Santiago Espinal. So Rafaela retired. He scored the only run of the game after he doubled, leading off the second inning. Went to third when the ball was misplayed off the center field wall for an error by T.J. Friedel and scored on a sacrifice fly by Romy Gonzalez. They're trying to push us toward retirement, aren't they, Will? They have retirement planning from Hackman. We had a promotion for River Spring Living, retirement community. Here's Meyer with a high fly ball in right center field, caught by Friedel. And that ends the inning. 2 retire the side. 1-0 Boston. They've played 4 here at Fenway Park on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Crashes can happen to even the safest of drivers. Sometimes this is because of situations out of the driver's control. That's where driver assistance technologies can help reduce the human factors involved in crashes. Features like blind spot intervention, lane keeping assistance, rear automatic braking, and automatic high beams all have the potential to save lives. And one of those lives could be yours. Learn more about driver assistance technologies at nhtsa.gov/drivertech. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Will you be okay for the show Saturday?
Yep. Look, ZocDoc has a ton of in-network doctors who can see me this week.
This week?
Reviews say Dr. Okami has a great bedside manner. Or Dr. Stafford. Patients say he never rushes appointments and has an opening today.
You should rush to his office.
And booked.
Now I need ZocDoc to find an ear doctor.
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
Celebrate freedom and fun with the Red, White, and Blue sale at Burton Pools and Spas. Cool off in a Doughboy above-ground pool, now up to $1,500 off. Or dive into summer with a semi-in-ground pool starting at just $190 a month. Go big with an in-ground pool and get a free heater with select pools to keep the good times going even longer. Visit one of Burton Pools' 4 convenient locations or burtonpools.com. Burton Pools and Spas. Water for a better life.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it.
then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox trying to sweep this series with the Cincinnati Reds. They lead 1-0 as we go to the fifth, and strike one thrown by Chris Murphy as he begins his second inning relief. He's thrown 10 pitches, 9 strikes.
That'll do.
Yes, indeed. Gavin Lux, the leadoff hitter, he doubled against Brennan Bernardino in second. He takes the ball outside. Alex Cora has to be pleased with what he's received from the pitchers so far. It's one of those whole staff affairs tonight. Murphy, the third pitcher for the Red Sox, Bernardino and Alcala, and they've all held off the Reds so far.
And it's been some relatively clean baseball. There's been some really nice defensive plays made in this series.
Strike in the inside corner, very well pitched. Cincinnati had only 7 base runners in the game that was completed earlier this afternoon. 3 hits, 2 walks, 2 hit batsmen. And they've had just 3 base runners so far in this one. Sweeping breaking ball just missed. And it's a full count on Lux with Encarnacion Strand to follow, and then Espinal. In the Herb Chambers batting order by Herb Chambers, Jaguar Boston, Jaguar Sudbury, Jaguar Land Rover, Sudbury. Bounding ball up the middle, snared by Murphy at his back to the plate. Just kind of dropped his glove down, and it found the glove. Terrific play by Murphy, and smiling a bit as he walks back to the mound. A bit of good fortune there, too.
Well, every pitcher does this. Ball up the middle, they throw their glove behind their back, just hoping for that prayer, Hail Mary type of catch. That one bounced right into the pocket of that glove.
That's one you'll probably see on the ESPN Top 10 on SportsCenter tonight. Pulled foul into the Reds dugout on the third base side by Christian Encarnacion Strand.
Well, Murphy filling it up, obviously, as we talked about, but he's thrown a first pitch strike to every batter he's seen so far.
All 5 of them now. Ground ball again over by the Reds dugout. That's 2 in a row. That's had some people ducking.
What's the old video? I mean, it was probably in the 80s. The guy just keeps hitting foul balls. I think it was the Texas Rangers. Just keeps firing them into the dugout, and they keep moving. The whole group of guys keep moving down further in the dugout to stay away from it.
A little more protection in this day and age now with the protective fences down there. There's a pop-up along the first base line. Playable in foul ground and caught by Romy Gonzalez. Encarnacion Strand retired, and 2 quick outs here in the Cincinnati fifth. That's pitch number 112 of this ball game now. The 110th pitch was brought to us by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be an official partner of the WEI Red Sox Radio Network. 2 outs, the base is empty. 1-0 Red Sox in the fifth, and strike one taken by Espinal. Once in the Red Sox organization, he was traded to the Toronto Blue Jays in the deal that brought Steve Pearce to the Red Sox in June of 2018.
I'd say that was a good trade.
Turned out to be a World Series MVP. Speaking of World Series stars, Derek Lowe is here tonight in the seats down below.
Just buying up a bunch of the 50-50 raffle for the Red Sox Foundation.
I wonder if
he's hoping to win that pot.
Former employee. Might be a conflict of interest.
I'm sure he would donate it, obviously. Knowing D'Lo.
2 balls a strike now on Espinal. He lifts a fly ball along the right field line. Anthony over by the stands makes the catch just in fair territory. And there's not a lot of foul territory along that sidewall short of the pesky pole. Cincinnati goes in order. And after 4.5 at Fenway, it's the Red Sox 1, the Reds nothing. on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Morning decisions. A cream mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's birthday bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river. Give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and ball one thrown up and away from Nick Martinez to Romy Gonzalez. Red Sox batting with a 1-0 lead, trying to complete a 3-game sweep of the Reds. Red Sox have won 3 out of their last 4. Curveball dropped in for strike to Romy. Leading off in the Herb Chambers batting order, he drove in the only run of this game with a sacrifice fly that brought home Cedon Rafaela in the second inning. The pitch, swing and a miss, late swing and a 92-mile-an-hour sinker.
That's what that high usage of changeups and curveballs does for that 92, is it really speeds it up.
1-2 pitch is low. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidmc.org. The 2-2 pitch. Little chopper right back to the mound on 2 hops. Martinez throws to first for the out. Time for league leaders. Who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James. Jarren Duran tied for the major league lead in triples with 9, tied with Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. One hopper down to third off the bat of Wong, and he's thrown out by Espinal. Connors 1 for 2, singled his first time up. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Sean McDonough, Will Middlebrooks are at Fenway Park. Gorgeous night in the hub of the universe. The Red Sox trying to sweep this series. A lot of activity on the way in here today, driving along the Charles River with the Esplanade getting ready for the great Boston Pops performance and the fireworks. Foul ball out of play to the left.
We went to that a couple years ago. I had one of my daughters here. She was obviously passed out in the stroller by the time it was ready for fireworks, but we had a great time.
Jarren Duran hits a well-hit ball to right. Drifting back, Hines on the warning track, twisting, and he makes a backhanded catch right in front of the Reds bullpen. Not sure if it would have been a home run, but it looked close looking at it live. Nice play by Hines. He got twisted around a little bit at the end, but made a backhanded catch. And the Red Sox go in order in the 5th. 1-0 Boston on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Natalie Morales of 48 Hours. So much of our reporting focuses on the stories of victims who didn't survive. But what about those who lived to tell?
I survived a violent home invasion. There's no earthly reason why I'm alive.
From 48 Hours, this is It Could Have Been Me.
It makes you grateful for everything you have, you know.
You can follow and listen to It Could Have Been Me on Tuesdays in the 48 Hours podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
Fresh cherries are bursting with flavor and now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Right now, get Northwest cherries for only $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon, limit 2 bags, short on time, order free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Chris Murphy throws ball 1 to TJ Friedel as the 6th inning rolls around. Here at Fenway Park, Red Sox leading 1-0. Murphy beginning his 3rd inning of relief. He missed just inside with a slider to the left-handed hitting Friedel, who's leading off in the Herb Chambers batting order for the Reds. Brought to us by Herb Chambers Land Rover of Boston and Land Rover Sudbury. The pitch, line drive, right center field. Roman Anthony dives for it and makes the catch. A terrific diving catch on the backhand by Anthony on a ball that was hit hard and was sinking fast in right center.
And you could see him, Sean, he's looking up at Sadon and he's pointing up at the light saying, oh, I kind of lost it for a second. Not the most graceful dive, but the kid known more for his bat than his glove. And this was a heck of a play to steal likely extra bases from the speedy Friedel.
Well, he's played very little right field in the minors. Regarded as a good defensive outfielder, just not a lot of experience in right. He made a terrific catch to take a hit away from Friedel. Matt McClain looked at strike 1. He's been on base twice. They've had just 3 base runners. He sends one to the left field corner. He'll be on again. That's one hopping off the wall, fielded by Duran. Throw to second, nowhere near in time. It's a double for McClain. So he has walked, stolen a base, had an infield hit, and now a double. The only other players reach base for Cincinnati's Gavin Lux with a double to left back in the 2nd inning. That's the first base runner against Chris Murphy. And now De La Cruz is at the plate. He hits a smash down to third. Fielded by Toro off the ground. He throws to first for the out. De La Cruz is 0 for 3. McClain still at second base.
And another reason that Murphy's in this game still to this point was to face De La Cruz right there. Not a lot of good numbers against left-handed pitching.
But here comes Alex Cora. He has Weissert warming up, and it looks like Greg's going to be summoned into the game. He will be. There's a pitching change. We're in the 6th inning. The Red Sox leading 1-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Chris Murphy all smiles in the Red Sox dugout. He should be 2 2/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs or walks. He struck out 2 through 28 pitches, 20 strikes. He is responsible for the runner at second. Matt McClain, inherited by Greg Weissert. As he warms up, we'll give you the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Tonight's question on Twitter and X at Sox Booth. What are your early thoughts on the Red Sox? What should they do at the trade deadline, which is about a month away? Buyers, sellers?
Well, I need more time to make that decision. I think these next 3 weeks are going to be very important to this front office just because they're right there in between right now. They're still in striking distance of a wild card spot. You have Alex Bregman coming back. And I think if you add to the ball club that is showing promise, they keep playing well like they have in this series so far, then I think you get to that point and you can add to this team. But if they go on a 2-week skid like we've seen them do, then there could be some big names gone from this team in a month.
Here's Weissert for the 42nd time. Right-hander delivers. Strike one taken by Austin Hayes, their cleanup hitter, who is grounded out and struck out. 2-2 record for Weissert, a 2.84 ERA.
Already his 42nd appearance this season.
Sets up almost with his back to the hitter. Fires, broken back ground ball to short. Scooped up by Story. Throws to first for the out. Weissert gets the job done. The Reds leave McClain at second base. Middle of the 6th inning at Fenway Park. 1-0 Boston on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Crashes can happen to even the safest of drivers. Sometimes this is because of situations out of the driver's control. That's where driver assistance technologies can help reduce the human factors involved in crashes. Features like blind spot intervention, lane keeping assistance, rear automatic braking, and automatic high beams all have the potential to save lives. And one of those lives could be yours. Learn more about driver assistance technologies at nhtsa.gov/drivertech. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
I'm Dana Carvey. I'm David Spade. Fly on the Wall's back for another season, now on audio and video every Monday and Thursday. So many incredible guests will be joining us. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts. Too good to be true.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
With just 2 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me that dew.
Do the dew.
Hi, this is Roman Anthony. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Red Sox baseball is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales event. Great American Celebration upcoming on the 4th of July. The Red Sox will be in Washington, D.C. on Friday to open a series with the Nationals, trying to close out this series with a win against Cincinnati. Roman Anthony swings and misses at a curveball from Nick Martinez. Anthony, Toro, and Story, 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Boston Herb Chambers batting order. The right-hander throws. It's up high.
So many times in this game, you see somebody make a nice defensive play and then come up and smoke a ball. See if that continues.
Roman's 0 for 2 in this game, trying again to extend his hit streak to 6. He took a ball high, 2-1. Martinez has thrown 63 pitches, 45 strikes. 34-year-old right-hander delivers. Good changeup. Anthony way out ahead of that, 2-2. It's not a sellout. It's very close here tonight. It's July. The fans enjoying a beautiful summer night here in America's greatest city.
Almost pink cotton candy skies. This sunset's beautiful over the city.
2-2 pitch, hit hard, but at the second baseman. Gobbled up by Lux, who throws him out. The Red Sox code word of the game is in the hole. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points.
Who comes up with those?
I don't know.
Just curious.
And you have to jam it all together. There's not a space. It's in the hole, all one word, basically. Strike one taken by Abraham Toro. A changeup. He is singled and fly to left. Red Sox haven't done much with the bats in these two games. The completion this afternoon, won by Boston 5-3, or this one. Although 5 runs, pretty good output in the afternoon game. Got the 2 runs late to cap the win. Martinez misses low. Take another check of the Subaru of New England scoreboard here in the Red Sox 6th inning. Toronto's added a run. They now lead the Yankees 8-0 in the 4th inning in Toronto. Little looping fly ball to left. And it's caught by Hayes. Came in a couple of steps to make the catch.
Now, well, Will Warren gave up those 7 runs in the 1st inning, and they left him in the game. He made it through 4 innings, but not before giving up 10 hits, 8 runs, 4 walks, and a couple homers. It's telling you, if you need to know anything about their bullpen, if they're leaving him in there to cover some innings.
Jose Barrios is working on a shutout. He's gone to the top of the 5th now in Toronto. 8-0 Blue Jays. Martinez throws the ball down and away to Trevor Story. With a win, Blue Jays would move into a tie for first place with the Yankees. You heard the note given by Joe Wild pregame show. 1-0 pitch is hit hard up the middle. Base hit. Past the diving second baseman, Lux, who was behind the second base bag. So Story's aboard. He has 3 hits, 2 singles with a double in between. With a win, Toronto would move into a tie for first. They haven't had a share of first place, at least a share of first place in the division in the AL East in July or later since September 7th of 2016. Chance to do that tonight, seemingly on their way. Wilyer Abreu waits as the throw goes to first to check on Story. The Angels lead at Atlanta 2-0. They're in the 4th inning. Alex Verdugo designated for assignment today by the Braves. He had really struggled, hadn't hit a home run in 56 games for them, hit .239 after signing late as a free agent to a 1-year deal. The ball outside to Abreu.
Might see Trevor Story on the run here. Obviously, you would like to let Wilyer swing the bat, but Trevor 13 for 13 on stolen bases this year.
Being held on by Encarnacion Strand. Abreu takes the ball up and away, 2-0 on Wilyer.
Now I don't think he's going, right? You're in a 2-0 count. You want to get him a cookie right here. Let him swing the bat. This 2-run shot could do some damage.
Red Sox leading 1-0. 6th inning. Story at first with a couple of outs. There's a deep drive to right. Hines retreating again. Back at the wall. It's gone. A home run for Wilyer Abreu. Just barely made it into the first row of the box seats in right field, just to the right of the Cincinnati bullpen, to the right of the 380-foot marker, as a matter of fact. To give you an idea of how close it was to being caught by Hines, the homer went just 388 feet adjacent to the 380 marker. What a series for Abreu. It's a 2-run homer and a 3-0 Boston lead, and Hines, who made a nice catch last inning up against the wall, almost made another one. Cedon Rafaela takes a fastball up and in.
Yeah, that's exactly why in that 2-0 count, they put the red light on Trevor Story and said, you need to stay put. Let's see if Wilyer can do some damage right here. 2-run homer, make this 3-0. And the way the bullpens looked here, and they should be fresh after the last couple days, can hopefully lock this down with a 3-run lead.
Boy, Hines just missed that. He went to that short wall and went reaching over. Couldn't get it. 1 strike on Rafaela, who doubled and scored the first run of this game back in the second inning. So a little breathing room for the Red Sox. Changeup swung on and missed. Good one by Martinez. Abreu had the historic performance in game 1 here Monday night. 2 homers. Drove in 5. One of them an inside the park home run. The other a grand slam that left the park. First player to do that in Major League Baseball since Roger Maris in 1958. An inside the park homer and a separate grand slam in the same game. Just the 6th in Major League Baseball history. Swing and a foul out of play to the right. Wilyer went 2 for 3 in the game completed this afternoon. Drove in another run. And now he has 2 runs batted in tonight. So he's driven in 8 in this series. The 0-2 to Rafaela is a spiked breaking ball.
Yeah, Abreu has 8 RBI in this series. The Reds have scored just 9 runs in this series. That's how much damage he's been doing by himself.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Cedon. Red Sox have now hit Cincinnati 7-3. The 1-2 pitch. It's a bounding ball over the mound, fielded by the second baseman Lux on the shortstop side of the bag. And he throws out Rafaela to end the inning. But the Red Sox get something done with 2 outs. A single by Story and a home run by Abreu. After 6, 3-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Free Fries Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Valid one time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale. Retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
Sean McDonough, Will Middlebrooks at Fenway Park. Top of the 7th is here. Red Sox leading 3-0. Reds, Herb Chambers batting order brought to us by Herb Chambers, Bentley, Boston, Lamborghini of Boston, Rolls-Royce Motor Cars of New England. And Greg Weissert throws strike one taken by Tyler Stevenson, their leadoff hitter. Doing the catching in this night game. He's 0 for 2. Weissert came on last inning, got the only batter he faced. Ground ball, base hit through the right side of the infield. Red Sox with a big shift. They had Meyer playing way up the middle, and that ground ball went to where the second baseman would ordinarily be in a traditional alignment. So a single to right for Stevenson. And the Reds have their 4th hit, 1 each against the 4 Red Sox pitchers who have worked so far. Bernardino, Alcala, and Murphy. Weissert misses low and away to Reese Hines.
No, Stevenson, that was old school way of hitting, right? Meyer playing up the middle, right side wide open, sweeper, off-speed spinner right in the middle of the plate. Instead of trying to lift and pull it out of this place, he just poked it to the right side and just took a single.
There's a high chopper down to third. Toro retreats, bobbles, throws to first, not in time. Would have been a tough play. It was a high bounding ball. Toro had to back up on it while he was backpedaling. Tried to glove it up above his head. It popped out of his glove, and then he basically had no chance.
A high bouncer, and on a play like that as a third baseman, what you want to do is make sure you just get the lead out at second base. Stevenson doesn't run all that well, and he had time to at least get the lead runner, and I think he just tried to rush it, couldn't get it out of the glove.
So Toro charged with an error, the first Red Sox error of this game. And all of a sudden, the Reds have the tying run at the plate. Gavin Lux, the hitter. He has doubled. He hit that shot back to the mound. Murphy backhanded with the behind-the-back play. Back in the 5th inning, he fouls one by the Red Sox on-deck circle. .270 batting average in his first year as a Cincinnati Red for Gavin Lux. With the Dodgers the last few years. 1-strike pitch from Weissert is outside. Well, the Yankees have very quickly made a game of it. It was 8-0. Now it's 8-6. They've scored 6 times in the 5th inning. Lux takes ball 2, the changeup. Here it's 3-0 Red Sox, but the Reds with a good opportunity. First time in the ball game they've had more than one man on. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball down at his feet.
And that 6-run 5th inning for the Yankees against Toronto. Stanton hit his first homer of the year, 3-run homer off Barrios.
Giancarlo Stanton has spent most of the year on the injured list. That's been a problem for him in recent years. 2-2 pitch, swing and a foul back to the screen. The runner at second is Tyler Stevenson. At first, Reese Hines. Red Sox give the left-handed swinging Lux a lot of room in right center field. Rafael is shading toward left. Anthony toward the line and right. Swing and a foul ball. High fastball swung on and fouled back to the screen. Lux with Encarnacion Strand on deck. Encarnacion Strand was not in the original starting lineup for this one posted by Terry Francona, but Spencer Steer was a late scratch with some swelling after he was hit on the hand by a pitch in the first game. The pitch is a little bit low.
Encarnacion Strand wasn't originally starting because he had a foul ball off his foot and had swelling in that foot, but with Steer, I guess his was worse.
Somebody has to play with some swelling.
Pushed him back in there, yep.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Highly doubtful the runners will be going on a 3-2 pitch, down 3-0. They're not, and the pitch is inside and low for ball 4. So now Weissert in a jam. The base is full of Reds and nobody out. Want to win free groceries for a year and prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or your child is an honorary Bat Kid? Enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Just spend $50. You get your code and enter. Official rules at GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. Andrew Bailey, the pitching coach, is at the mound for the Red Sox. There is nobody warming up in the Red Sox bullpen.
Yeah, this is going to be Weissert's inning and his mess to clean up. Like you said, no one up, even moving around, stretching right now.
Weissert's thrown just 14 pitches so far. Trying to protect a 3-0 lead. And the batter is Christian Encarnacion Strand. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a foul out. Grounded to third and popped out to the first baseman, Gonzalez. He takes the ball down and away, backhanded by Connor Wong. Second baseman Myers shading the middle. Toro very deep at third. The pitch swung on and missed. Tried to pull a fastball away and he couldn't get to it.
Encarnacion Strand's a big boy, and if you're going to get all those letters on that jersey, you need to back the size of Vince Wilfork.
Hyphenated last name, Christian Encarnacion Strand. Swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour knee-high fastball.
I want to say his jersey just says Encarnacion.
You are correct.
They would have to go under
to add the hyphen or the
under
strand.
the number.
He's 25 years old. Former Minnesota Twin. Never made it to the big leagues with them. Got traded over here a couple of years ago. August of 2022. Trying to deliver in a big spot. He fouls one to our right. Little pop fly foul behind home plate. He's 5 for 13 in his career with the bases loaded. That's a healthy .385 average. Has not hit a grand slam. The set by Weissert in the pitch. Breaking ball low. Sweeper at 81 miles per hour. The number 9 hitter, Santiago Espinal, is on deck. The set by Weissert. His 2-2 pitch. High drive, left center field. Towering fly ball and a grand slam. Over everything. A mammoth shot by Encarnacion Strand for his first career grand slam. Just to the left of that light tower in left center field. What a blast. As Will said, he's a big, strong guy, and he is all smiles as he exchanges high fives with his teammates waiting for him around home plate.
Yeah, Weissert just put himself in a bad spot. He threw a couple balls after getting ahead in that count with sweepers, and Encarnacion Strand had a great idea that here comes the fastball. 439 feet on that one.
Down on the Lansdowne Street. I would have taken the over on that.
Yeah, same.
Espinal bounces one up the middle, backhanded by Meyer, the second baseman, right near the second base bag. That's the first out of the inning as he throws him out. So that has changed the mood here at Fenway Park. Red Sox had a 3-0 lead, but a grand slam by Encarnacion Strand, his 6th homer of the year, his first career grand slam, from a guy who wasn't in the original starting lineup. Got a fastball out over the plate. He had to go out and reach for it and pull it, and he did with authority. Here's T.J. Friedel taking a ball low. Top of the order round for the 4th time for the Redlegs, who now have 5 hits. Red Sox still out hitting them 7-5. He hits a line drive to right. Roman Anthony retreating. It's over his head. Misplayed ball by Anthony. You wonder again if he might have lost the ball or not picked it up well. He had trouble with one earlier. That looked like one he could catch. He was just kind of drifting back. And that had the oh no moment as it went over his head.
Yeah, his first two steps were in, and that's always a bad thing for an outfielder when a ball is squared up like that. It was hit on such a line, but it was squared up. He read that coming in front of him, and then he just had no chance. That thing ended up landing 15 feet behind him.
Again, not much experience in right field. Red Sox going to get the bullpen started as Weissert has been hit hard in this inning. Matt McLean looked at strike one. He's already been on base 3 times. For the walk, an infield single and a double into the left field corner. 4-3 Reds in the 7th. Sweeper stays inside to the right-handed hitting McLean.
I believe that's Jordan Hicks warming right now.
We should be able to tell by the pop of the bullpen mitt as hard as he throws. Another guy who can get it up there in triple digits. A set by Weissert. The 1-1 pitch is a foul straight back. They've hit him hard. He also hasn't been helped. The Toro error is a big part of the inning. And that ball that went over Anthony's head, well, I'm not sure if he would have caught it even if he judged it correctly off the bat, because that was hit very hard and got over his head in a hurry. Don't know if he would have had time to get back to make the catch even if he read it right. Line drive, center field, and a diving catch by Rafaela. Face first. Alex Cora says he's the best center fielder in baseball, and that's the kind of play that earns you that reputation. He takes a hit away from McLean, who was inches away from being on base for the 4th time.
And any center fielder, elite or not, will tell you that is the hardest to read. The hard line drive right at you. The depth perception of it, the speed of the ball, and he's just so instinctual out there on those balls. Really taking a risk laying out for that, but it was calculated.
There's De La Cruz, the 8th batter of the inning. Switch hitter batting left. He took a home run cut and missed a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. 4-3 Cincinnati. They've scored 4 times on an Encarnacion Strand grand slam. Swing and a miss at a slider down and in on the feet of De La Cruz. Friedel leads from second. Story dancing around behind him, trying to keep him close. Encarnacion Strand still all smiles in that Reds dugout. Why wouldn't he be? Hard ground ball up the middle and through the middle infielders. Friedel coming to the plate. Rafaela's throw is cut off by Romy Gonzalez near the mound. It's an RBI single for De La Cruz and a 2-run Reds lead. It's now 5-3 as they've scored 5 against Weissert here in the 7th inning, and they're going to bat around. It might not be against Greg as Alex Cora is on his way to the mound, and they will summon Jordan Hicks. We'll step aside. There's a pitching change in the top of the 7th inning at Fenway Park. Now Cincinnati 5 and Boston 3 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, dramatic change in the atmosphere here at Fenway Park. Red Sox had a 3-0 lead when we went to the 7th inning, but 5 runs in for Cincinnati. They're still batting, and they'll be batting against Jordan Hicks, who'll be making his 2nd appearance as a member of the Red Sox. He came over in the trade with the Giants and sent Rafael Devers to San Francisco. On June 8th, he made his Red Sox debut in this series on Monday night. Hard throwing right-hander.
And the biggest knock on Hicks was his sometimes can get pretty wild with that stuff. A lot of movement on that two-seamer at 100 miles an hour. But in his outing the other night, the first one with the Sox, 10 pitches, 7 strikes. He was in the zone with just about everything.
He had pitched 1 inning. With San Francisco, he struggled 1-5 in 13 games, 9 of them starts, and a .647 earned run average. Well, the Red Sox are betting on the talent and the arm. He gets ready behind the mound. That bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. So Hicks inherits the runner De La Cruz at first base, very much a threat to steal. Held on by Gonzalez. The first pitch to Austin Hayes is a very high pop-up over by the Red Sox dugout and out of play about 10 rows deep. Five runs, 7 hits and an error for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 7 hits and a big error for Boston in this inning by Abraham Toro. Weissert so far responsible for 5 runs on 4 hits and a walk. One of those hits, the grand slam by Encarnacion Strand. Hayes is 0 for 3 in this game. He hits a smash on the right side of the infield. Gloved by Meyer to his left, and he throws him out. Nice play by Marcelo. Cincinnati bats around in the 7th and gets 5 runs. 7th inning stretch at Fenway, 5-3 Reds on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Funny how quickly there's no time to stop. Becomes maybe we do need a stretch. When you hear the word McChicken. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Hi, this is Marcelo Meyer. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Marcelo Meyer will lead off as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox now trailing 5-3 after the Reds plated 5 runs, 3 of them earned against Greg Weissert in the top of this inning. Nick Martinez still out there. He's gone all the way for the Reds. Has thrown 79 pitches. And his first pitch to Meyer is taken high for ball 1. Meyer, Gonzalez, Wong due up in the Herb Chambers batting order. Little nubber fouled on the first baseline from Meyer, who is 0 for 2.
Encarnacion Strand not even in the starting lineup initially, right? We talked about that with Spencer Steer and the swelling in his hand from the hit by pitch. He was added to the lineup maybe 10-12 minutes before starting pitch and has the biggest swing of the game. Baseball's a funny sport.
Yes, indeed it is. Taylor Rogers, a lefty, warming up in their bullpen. Little bloop down the left field line. Will it stay fair? Yes, it does. And it slices up into the stands on one hop. Little bloop double down the left field line for Marcelo Meyer. And the Red Sox get the tying run back at home plate with nobody out in the 7th inning.
Yeah, four-seam fastball off the hands. Just a little soft serve. Dunks it in right down the line, and it bounces into the stands for a ground rule double. You will take that to start off your bottom of the 7th.
Here's Romy Gonzalez. Had a sacrifice fly to knock in the first run of the game back in the 2nd inning. Grounded out last time up. Martinez throws a fastball under the chin of Gonzalez. Romy went bending out of the way.
Martinez at 83 pitches. He had 112 in his last game where he went 8 1/3. Would think Connor Wong is his last batter.
112 matched his career high. Fastball just outside. It was the first time he'd ever pitched into the 9th inning as a starter in the major leagues. As we said, almost had a no-hitter. And he's backed it up with a decent outing here this evening. 2-0 on Romy. Trying to deliver Meyer from second. And that won't help. Swing and a miss at a bad pitch. A cutter looked to be outside. Martinez leans in for the sign, continues rocking back and forth, and now pitches. Broken bat, foul ball. The ball went to the Red Sox dugout, and almost all of the bat wound up down by the third baseman, Santiago Espinal.
Well, I need to see a replay, but this was one of those defense mode. You start your swing, you're trying to hold up. This two-seamer from Martinez just runs away from him. That might have even gotten to the back shoulder of Romy had he not made contact with it. I mean, this thing hits inches above his fist.
He had just the handle of the bat still in his hands. CCL wants to remind you, if there's a broken bat, there's probably a better choice for lumber. Find the lumber for your next project at CapeCodLumber.com. If you're on your way to Cape Cod for this holiday weekend, have a great time. So many great places around New England to spend the holiday. Swing and a high fly ball to left with the new bat. Back at the wall, and it is off the wall, just out of the reach of the left fielder Hayes. Going to third is Gonzalez, and he's out at third. A terrible base running decision, making the first out of the inning at third base when he would have been the tying run at second. It's a double, but greatly diminished by the base running mistake. It's the first out of the inning, but it is an RBI as Meyer scored from second base. It was a wall scraper, a towering fly. The left fielder went leaping up against the scoreboard to try to catch it and could not. But boy, that's a brutal decision.
Absolutely. All right, great job getting the change up, hitting it off the wall, driving in the run, but just getting greedy right there. No outs, and you would have been at second base with a great opportunity to tie this game up. 9-hole Connor Wong coming up, but then the top of the lineup. Just can't happen.
Yeah, that's just awful. You have to play right in front of him. Well, he was looking at it the whole way, rounded second and picked up the pace, and he was out comfortably. Espinal just waiting to apply the tag. So here's Wong. He bunts, foul down the third baseline. Connor is singled, was caught stealing, he grounded out last time up.
I love that move right there. Espinal was playing way back on the infield. Connor Wong runs really well. One of the best catchers as far as sprint speed goes in the whole game. If he gets that one down, he's walking to first base.
You know, he's due for a home run as well. Hasn't hit one this year. Swings and hits a lazy fly ball in shallow right center. Friedel, the center fielder, called off Hines, the right fielder, and made the catch. Let's pause for station identification on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Terry Francona at the mound, taking the ball from Nick Martinez, who departs. After 6 2/3 innings, 4 earned runs on 9 hits, no walks and 2 strikeouts. He threw 89 pitches. He can be the winner. He cannot lose it. And the left-hander, Taylor Rogers, is going to be the new pitcher. Tonight's 7th inning is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for more than 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Now, my quibble with that, Will, would be if it's all sevens, what's the 6-1 doing it there? 617. I guess it's after the area code.
Yeah, you have to have the area code, right?
Right. But then all sevens.
Then all sevens.
Boy, that base running play took a lot of air out of the ballpark.
Sure did. Up here, too.
The Taylor Rogers, the new pitcher for Cincinnati, will give us a chance to update the Subaru of New England scoreboard. The Yankees, who trailed 8-0, trailed 7-0 in Toronto after an inning, scored 6 runs in the 5th inning. They're now in the 6th, still 8-6 Jays. Giancarlo Stanton, his first home run of the year, a 3-run shot. The Mets, after losing earlier today to the Brewers, second half of the doubleheader, lead the Brewers tonight. Francisco Lindor and Brandon Nimmo had back-to-back home runs. Nimmo's was a grand slam. And that game is 5-3 Mets in the 6th inning at home. Here it's 5-4 Cincinnati. Rogers in for the 34th time. The tall, thin lefty's 2-2 with a 2.93 ERA. He slings one up there. Check swing and a ball to Jarren Duran. The Yankees have scored a run in the 6th, so they've scored 7 unanswered runs, and that one's 8-7 in favor of Toronto, trying to move into a first-place tie with the Yankees. Duran hits a little flare, shallow center, drops in for a hit. Off the end of the bat, Jarren's first hit of the game. He's now 1 for 4. And a runner with excellent speed at first base, 2 outs in the 7th. He's the tying run.
Well, you'd love if that was an RBI single and this was a 5-5 game, because that should be the case. And good for Jarren getting a knock off the lefty. He was hitting just .211 against southpaws coming into that at bat.
Jarren takes the lead from first, held on by Encarnacion Strand. And Rogers' first pitch to Roman Anthony is taken for a strike. Duran has 15 stolen bases. He's been thrown out 5 times. Anthony takes the ball outside, a 93-mile-an-hour sinker.
Yeah,
Roman's 0 for 3.
Taylor Rogers, just a 2-pitch guy. Sinker, sweeper, pretty much an even split. Not a ton of velocity. He's going to average about 93.
Foul ball on a slow sweeper. That's kind of a odd delivery. Kind of slings it up there from a 3/4 arm angle. (5-4) Reds, 7th inning. The final game of this 3-game series. Nesson cameras on Romy Gonzalez, who's wearing an agonized expression of the Red Sox dugout. He knows he made a huge base running mistake. Rogers throws to first. But still plenty of time for the Red Sox to pick up Gonzalez.
Even if Duran's not going, if you know you can get back, extend that lead, try to draw a pickoff and get him to use that second disengagement.
Just like that. Over there again.
Well, now it's like he's almost begging Duran to go by doing that. And sometimes lefties will show slow moves like that and then use a quicker one on the 3rd time if the runner goes, a read move just to pick him off.
The pitch, swing, and he just did foul tip that one in and out of the mid of the catcher Stevenson. So Anthony barely alive. Home plate umpire Brian O'Nora out to the mound, gave Rogers a new ball and said something to him. Not sure what that was about.
Yeah, I think that just may have gotten Stevenson in a sensitive area. And I think Brian O'Nora, being the veteran he is giving that catcher a little time to breathe.
Yeah, you're right. Stevenson's down on his knees, kind of bouncing up and down. And might be able to sing soprano with the Boston Pops along the Esplanade. Derek Lowe down below trying to get the crowd going. He's standing up down there and waving his arms, encouraging them to cheer. Rogers comes set, the 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. Swing and a miss at a sweeper. Anthony whiffs. Red Sox get one, but that was an unsatisfying half inning. 5-4 Reds as we head to the 8th at Fenway Park on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
When it tastes as good as takeout and leaves you feeling like... That's Kevin's Natural Foods. Protein-packed meals, clean ingredients, shockingly delicious flavor. Get that clean eating feeling with Kevin's Natural Foods in the refrigerated aisle.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
It's the top of the 8th inning at Fenway Park. Cincinnati about to come up against Jordan Hicks. Reds batting with a 5-4 lead. Their Herb Chambers batting order sponsored by Herb Chambers Maserati of Boston, Maserati of Millbury, and Maserati of Warwick. Tyler Stevenson, first ball swinging, sends a line drive toward the gap in left center. Backhanded by Rafaela just short of the warning track, and it'll be a long single for Stevenson. The catcher doesn't run very well. I think most major league hitters would have had a double on that one. So the lead man on for the Reds. And the batter is Reese Hines. Very short lead for Stevenson. Hines swings and misses.
Jordan Hicks, a very high ground ball rate guy. He uses that two-seam sinking fastball. I want to get one in right here.
Jordan misses. That was 100 miles per hour. It's kind of interesting he's not more of a strikeout pitcher, given how hard he throws. He fires another fastball at 99 that was just a fraction low.
It's actually amazing how much he can move the baseball with sink and arm side run at that velocity. It gets there so quick, yet it still has the ability to move.
The pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss. 2-2 on Hines. Jordan Hicks started his career in St. Louis. He was a hard-throwing reliever. For a while, he was their closer back in 2019. Went to Toronto for part of last year. 2 years ago, rather. San Francisco last year. Bounding ball to third. And the Red Sox cannot turn two. Toro went to Meyer. They got the lead runner Stevenson, and the return throw to first not in time, although it was close. And the Red Sox are on the phone to their video folks. Hines called safe. They're not going to challenge it.
Yeah, that ball, that first bounce off the bat was just high enough to buy him enough time to beat that out. It's a nice clean turn by Toro and Meyer, but not enough time to roll it.
So one out base runner. Hines now at first, held by Gonzalez. And here's Gavin Lux. Left-handed hitting second baseman. It takes a 100-mile-an-hour pitch low. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. Doubled in the second inning. Walked and scored on the Encarnacion Strand grand slam, the big hit in the game. Last inning. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Gavin Lux. We're in the 8th inning. 5-4 Reds. Throw to first and Hines back safely.
It's that time of year, Sean. I'm seeing some fireworks back in the distance. What is that, East Boston?
Yes, we're facing east. Throw to first and Hines back safely. He's not attempted a stolen base in 11 major league games this year with Cincinnati. Most of the season at Louisville, their AAA affiliate. The ball low, 2-1.
You really can hear that mitt. That was 101 right there on the fastball.
Jordan Hicks is 28 years old, 6'2", 217. He misses outside. He's from Houston, Texas. Went to high school in Klein, Texas. Klein Oak High School in Spring, Texas. Then to Cypress Creek High School. Swing and a foul out of play to the left. He's a type 1 diabetic.
That I did not know.
Got diagnosed at age 17 while he was in high school.
Spring, Texas, home of Josh Beckett.
A lot of good baseball players from that Houston area. Payoff pitch is outside, a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Lux walks. Down to second goes Hines. Cincinnati with 2 men on here in the 8th inning, leading 5-4. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show with Joe Weil. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. So here's the man of the hour, Christian Encarnacion Strand, who hit the grand slam that turned a 3-0 Red Sox lead into a 4-3 Reds advantage. Last inning, it's a little pop fly into shallow right, and it's misplayed by Meyer. It falls in. Throw to second. They would have had the runner there, but it's over the head of Story. And that was a disaster all the way around. And a ball out in shallow right field. Looked like a pretty easy play off the bat for Meyer. He reached up for it, but didn't catch it.
Yeah, I think Meyer heard some footsteps right here. Maybe just a lack of communication, but then an easy force out. Had Roman Anthony made a good throw, and it just sails Trevor Story with no chance to come up with it.
Yeah, that's brutal. The 2 rookies, Meyer should have caught it. And then Anthony looked like he tried to short arm it in there, lob it in, knowing that they had the runner out by a mile with a good throw. Yeah. He threw it over the head of Story. It went over by third base. So it's a single. The bases are loaded. There had been 2 opportunities to get an out. They didn't take advantage of either one of them.
We've seen the Red Sox lose a lot of games with bad base running and defensive plays not made. A big error by Abraham Toro earlier in this game. Ended up getting the bases loaded and then the grand slam. That was a big one right there as well. Because here we are, bases loaded once again.
Horrible base running play by Gonzalez.
That's right.
So the bases are full. Andrew Bailey went to the mound. And the Red Sox going to bring the infield in. Down by a run here in the 8th inning. Hicks, first ball swinging. Base hit to the right side for Espinal. 1 run scores. That's all they'll get as Anthony fields it in shallow right. He didn't hit it hard. It's a ground ball single through the drawn-in infield on the right side for Espinal, the number 9 hitter. And the Red Sox are paying for their mistakes tonight.
Yeah,
it's a 6-4.
Cooper Criswell now up, which is basically, as this lead gets extended, pretty much the white flag. He is that long guy they were hoping not to have to go to.
Espinal now 1 for 4. It's his 13th RBI. He's a bench player ordinarily. Ball 1 down and in. Hard to blame Jordan Hicks for too much of what's happened in this inning. The ball down and in. So each team has 10 hits now. The Reds have strung them together in a hurry in these last 2 innings. Scored all 6 of their runs in the 7th and 8th. Red Sox could use a double play. It's a ground ball to short off the glove of Story. Everybody's going to be safe. The throw goes to third, but the runner was coming back home. Now a throw to third and safe there. Oh boy, the Red Sox can't do anything right. It was a bounding ball to short. Looked like it might be a double play ball. Story tried to play it off to the backhand side. It was a tricky little short hop, but he olayed it. It wound up behind him. And then the throw went to third base when there wasn't anybody near third base.
And the base runner at second base did a... I think we're going to get a challenge here.
Challenging a safe call at third base.
Well, Luck scored after Story misplayed it. Then Encarnacion Strand was rounding third. They tried to throw behind him, but he just kept running to the plate and scored easily. So then there was a throw back to third base by Connor Wong. And that's the play I think the Red Sox are challenging, as Espinal went sliding in there. And unless he came off the bag, he was safe. My God, what a disaster this has turned out to be.
Encarnacion Strand did a really good job of shielding Trevor Story from seeing that baseball coming at him. And then as he moved, the baseball was on him. That was where it all started. And that little short hop went off of Trevor Story's glove and ricocheted away.
Yeah, the kind you would expect to make. It was a difficult play on a tricky hop on the backhand. Again, they're looking at the replays. If Espinal came off the bag, he was out. He was safe there originally. Hand in before the tag from Toro.
Yeah, it looks like the right hand does slightly come off as the tag from Toro is going into that sliding mitt on the left hand. It's close, though.
And third base umpire Jimenez was right on top of it. He almost had to get out of the way of the sliding Espinal.
I don't know if there's a camera angle that shows the perfect timing of what they need to see to overturn this.
Blas Diaz, the crew chief, he's still listening to his earpiece. Espinal at the very end of that just barely had his fingertips connected to the bag. The rest of his body was behind the third base bag.
After review, the call stands. The runner is safe. Boston loses his challenge.
So Espinal winds up at third. Lux scored from third on the original bouncer to Story. Encarnacion scored when they threw behind him after he had rounded third, thinking they might get him in a rundown, but he was too far down the line toward home plate. He just kept going and scored with ease. Then they fired back to third base to try to get Espinal, and he was just barely safe. And the Red Sox are making a pitching change. Hicks wasn't great, but boy, they didn't do anything to help him either.
They're all going to be earned runs because they were just plays that weren't made, that should have been made. They weren't necessarily errors, but plays that you would expect to be made at the big league level.
So 3 runs in this inning. The Red Sox have imploded and now trail 8-4. We'll step aside with the pitching change on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Well, we're looking at the play again, the huge play. The bouncer off the glove of Story went behind him. Meyer backed it up, threw to third, trying to get Encarnacion after the first run had scored. Encarnacion just kept going to the plate. You made a good point, Will, about the big part of that play.
Yeah, Encarnacion Strand did a good job blocking Trevor Story's vision. And then once that ball got away.
Here's a chopper to short with the infield in, throw to the plate. And they get the out. Espinal tagged out at home plate. They get an out on the first pitch thrown by Cooper Criswell off the bat of T.J. Frito, safe at first on a fielder's choice. But go ahead and finish your point. Toro thought the runner was there at third base and went to make a sweeping tag, and that slowed down any chance to get Encarnacion straight.
As Meyer went to pick up the ricochet from Trevor Story, he made the throw to third. As Encarnacion Strand was realizing that's the throw, where the throw was going, he just turned around and continued home. Toro did not know he did that. He went to make the tag.
Yeah, he thought he was coming back to the third base bag. I'm not sure that would have mattered, though, because it was kind of a quick swipe, and Encarnacion Strand made it home fairly comfortably. But that was about as ugly and bizarre a combination as you can see. They charged Story with an error, and no RBI on the play for Espinal. So they cut down Espinal at the plate. Now there are two outs, runners at the corners. And Criswell working to De La Cruz, who checks the swing and rolls one foul. Excuse me, it was Friedel who hit the ground ball short. So confusing. And it was McLean who just hit into the fielder's choice. He's at first. And De La Cruz is the eighth batter. Then he checks the swing and fouls another one off, and it's 2 strikes. Five runs in the 7th, 3 in the 8th for the Reds. They're still batting. Criswell's pitch, little fly ball to center, should be caught by Rafael, and is. And mercifully, that ends the inning. Cincinnati gets 3 more with help from the Red Sox. 8-4 Reds, middle of the 8th. Shaw's at Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom 8 here. Tony Santillan coming in. for the Reds after that ugly top of the 8th here for the Boston Red Sox.
He made the point. So often when the Red Sox look like they're getting a little momentum, a chance like tonight to sweep the series, and then they just gift wrap it for the Reds. Still a chance to atone for the mistakes. Tony Santillan is in relief. Big right-handed pitcher, making his 41st appearance of the year. He's 1-1 with a 2.87 ERA. And he misses up and away. Ball 2 to Abraham Toro. So the Red Sox, who once led 3-0, now trail 8-4. Toro, Story, and Wilyer Abreu coming up. And the pitch is a strike. Santillan inheriting a 4-run lead. And the pitch is over. A slider for a strike.
Santillan, a two-pitch guy, 4-seam and a slider. He's going to lean heavy on that 96-mile-per-hour fastball.
The third Reds pitcher. His 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Toro, batting left-handed, strikes out. Time for the results of our poll from the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Question was, should the Red Sox be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? Almost 65% said buyers.
That was probably voted on before that last inning, I would assume.
They might want to sell everybody after that last inning. Trevor Story, a part of it. He takes the ball up and in. No, in his defense, that was a hard play, and I think he was in a hurry to kind of charge it and backhand it so they could turn the double play and get out of the inning. Thanks to those of you who participated in the poll. Ball down and away. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. Find exciting offers on the powerful Silverado and the feature-packed all-new Equinox. 2 balls, no strikes on Story. He's had a good night at the plate. Swings and fouls one out of play to the right. Trevor's 3 for 3. 2 singles and a double. He has scored a run.
He's had an extra base hit in all 3 games of this series.
2 balls, a strike, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th, 8-4. Cincinnati. Story skies one to right. Hines drifting toward the wall, and he makes the catch. Drifting toward that side wall along the right field line. The attendance here tonight is 35,845. The attendance report is brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. Craving some crunch? Get fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders or a crispy chicken sandwich spiced just right here in the ballpark. 2 down, the base is empty. The batter is Wilyer Abreu, who's had a huge series. He takes strike 1. He's knocked in 8 runs in the 3 games, including 2 tonight. The 2-run homer in the 6th inning when all was looking peachy for the Red Sox. That gave them a 3-0 lead, but it has come apart. The ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Abreu. That homer is 1 hit and 3 at-bats in this game. Drove in 2 runs in the completion of the suspended game earlier this afternoon. Drove in 5 in the opener of the series Monday. Check swing at a ball down at his feet. No swing, said the third base umpire Edwin Jimenez. Santillan gets a new baseball and goes to the back of the mound for the Rosenbag. He winds and fires, and it's a big swing and a very high fly ball to straightaway center field, not deep. Caught by Friedel. And the Red Sox go quietly in order in the 8th inning at a suddenly somber Fenway Park. 8-4 Reds as we head to the 9th on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
This is Jeffrey Glassman. For 4 generations, my family has called New England home. My grandfather taught me to always care for people and fight for what's right. At Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, that's exactly what we do. When you're hurt in a car crash, we fight big insurance companies to make sure you get the money you deserve. We care, we fight to win, and we don't get paid unless you do. Hurt? You gotta get Glassman. Call 617-777-7777.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It's the 9th inning here at Fenway Park. Red Sox now trailing 8-4. Cooper Criswell back out to the mound. Just up from Worcester today is the 27th man. He throws strike one, taken by Austin Hayes, the leadoff hitter in the Herb Chambers batting order for Cincinnati. Brought to us by Herb Chambers, Alfa Romeo of Boston, Alfa Romeo of Millbury, and Alfa Romeo of Warwick. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 as he went after changeup. Hayes, Stevenson, and Reese Hines, the middle third of their batting order. Criswell, tall right-hander from the first base end of the rubber, induces a bounding ball foul down to their third base coach, J.R. House. Colin Cowgill is the first base coach for Cincinnati on Terry Francona's staff. Mike Napoli on the staff as well in the dugout.
Shirt on. If anyone's wondering, he has kept his shirt on. Believe it or not.
Criswell delivers, and it's taken outside. Cooper 6'6", 215 pounds. Soon to be 29 years old later this month from Carrollton, Georgia. His pitch fouled back here. Toronto has added a run. Davis Schneider, another home run for the Jays, a solo shot. And the Blue Jays, who once led 8-0, now lead the Yankees 9-7 after 7 in beautiful downtown Toronto. 1-2 pitch, little looping line drive. That's going to find a home in right center. Cut off by Rafaela. A little bit of a flare, but it's a hit nonetheless for Hayes. And the lead man on again for Cincinnati.
Well, Cooper's going to have to use his movement. He has a ton of sink on that two-seamer, loves to cut it. There was a lot of changeups here this year between here and Worcester, but he does get a lot of ground balls.
He'd like one here off the bat of Stevenson, who takes a strike at the knees with a changeup. Stevenson is 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a run scored. He takes a sinker low. 1 ball, 1 strike. There is activity in the Reds bullpen. Red Sox have Rafaela, Meyer, and Gonzalez due up in the 9th. Criswell looked at the runner at first. Hayes being held by Gonzalez. The pitch is low and away. Another changeup. Eight runs, 11 hits, and an error for Cincinnati. 4 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for the Red Sox. That is the line score. Swing and a miss. Brought to us by the Massachusetts State Lottery. Make it the best night ever. Grab your friends, pick up your numbers, and celebrate the night with Keno and the Mass State Lottery. Must be 18 years old to play. Breaking ball missed. Now that's fun. Who doesn't like Keno? But the best night ever sounds like a little bit of a reach.
Guess it depends on the night you're comparing it to.
Well, yes,
Sean.
and if you win, then it really is the best night ever. 3-2 pitch is a swing and a foul tip for strike 3. Another changeup from Criswell. Stevenson fans, and we have one out here in the top of the 9th.
It's interesting that changeup was his 3rd pitch last season. This year, he's used it more than anything.
Pinch hitter for Cincinnati, Reese Hines due up, a right-handed hitter, but with a right-handed pitcher on the mound now for Boston. Terry Francona sends up Will Benson, left-handed hitter at .236 with 6 homers and 22 runs batted in. If the Reds go on to win this one, it'll be career victory number 1,995 for Terry Francona. On the verge of becoming the 13th manager all-time with 2,000 career wins. Chopped up the middle. Story shovels to Meyer for one on to first. Not in time. Benson runs pretty well, and Meyer had to throw on the run. He handled the flip from Story while crossing the bag. Had to throw against his body. Couldn't get enough on it. Good stretch by Gonzalez.
Yeah, it was a clean turn. To your point, Meyer across his body, running across the bag, making that throw. Didn't get everything behind him with the speed of Benson, just not in time.
Do you think he had time to set himself and make a stronger throw?
Probably not, because of the left-handed shift. He was playing very far over. So Story had to hit him on the run. So he wasn't going to have time to slow down.
Gavin Lux chopped the foul ball over by the Red Sox dugout. He walked and scored on the Encarnacion Strand grand slam in the 7th inning, which was the biggest hit of the game. Bucks walked again and scored again in the 8th. Fouls one off his foot, and he's in an 0-2 hole. 2 outs, a runner at first. Emilio Pagan warming up in the bullpen for Cincinnati, a right-hander. Benson leads from first, held by Gonzalez. Long set by Criswell. His pitch is fouled back to the backstop. Benson has just 1 stolen base. Been thrown out twice. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. Possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. The pitch is way outside. A changeup. Joe Weil standing by for the postgame show. Short lead for Benson. The 1-2 pitch is a pop foul out of play to the left. Over there on deck circle, where Encarnacion Strand is hoping for another chance to hit.
Well, Cooper Criswell's done his job as far as coming in and just throwing strikes. 23 pitches, 18 strikes thus far.
Brought back up today. He's pitching in his 6th game at the big league level for the Red Sox. 1-0 in the previous 5, but an ERA of over 6. Exactly 6, actually, in 9 innings. Whoa, he missed just inside. Looked like Brian O'Nora was going to ring up Lux and then thought better of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 8-4 Cincinnati in the 9th. Ground ball past the dive of Gonzalez and out of the reach of Meyer into right field. Fielded by Anthony. His throw is cut off by Story. On to third goes Benson. And they have runners at the corners trying to do some damage with 2 outs.
Yeah, pesky at bat by Lux right there. Just kept fouling off pitches over and over and over again and got himself finally something over the plate. Even that was down in the zone with all the sink and downward movement from Criswell, but able to sneak it through past the diving Romy.
And another odd-looking throw from Roman Anthony. Another one that looked like he was aiming, kind of short hop Story. He had to make a nice one hop catch to cut it off. Here's Encarnacion Strand, 2 for 4 with the grand slam and a single. 4 runs batted in. He has scored twice. Wasn't even in the lineup originally posted for this game. He takes a change up low. Benson leads from third. Lux on base for the 4th time in this game. Held at first by Gonzalez. 12 hits now for the Redlegs. And the pitch is way outside. A change up again. Still humid here in the hub, and they zoom in the Nesson cameras on Criswell. He's quite sweaty. Takes a strike. Does Encarnacion Strand a change up at the knees?
Criswell's a Georgia boy. He's used to this. Played college ball at North Carolina.
They sign up for this every night in the summertime in Georgia. 2-1 pitch is a pop foul out of play over the Red Sox dugout. Oh, and a nice catch by a very young fan in that aisle between the lower and upper boxes. He came with a glove.
He actually wasn't even wearing the glove. He was holding it open with both hands, and the ball went in it. As he kind of looked away and shied away, tried to get out of the way, and the ball just landed right in his glove. He won't forget that one.
No, indeed. Another 2-2 pitch. It's a bouncing ball down to third. Toro, terrible throw off the bag. Gonzalez has to tag him out. Throw is to the inside of first base, what should have been a routine play, and Romy rescued it. The Reds strand 2. Last call for the Red Sox. Bottom of the 9th upcoming. 8-4 Cincinnati on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
So you have a podcast and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Last chance for the Red Sox. They looked like they were in good position to sweep this series, but they've squandered a 3-0 lead down 8-4 now, and the Reds have their closer Emilio Pagan in the game. For the 36th time this year, his 18 saves in 21 chances. Will Benson stays in the game in right field after he hit for Rhys Hines. Ceddanne Rafaela leads off for Boston. Desperate need of some base runners. There's a line drive to the left. Well hit. It's going to find the wall. Hits off the top of the scoreboard. Caroms past the left fielder back toward the infield. A long carom past Austin Hayes. It didn't matter. That was going to be a double all the way. So a good start as Rafaela has his second double of the night. And the Red Sox have the lead man on the first pitch of the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, Pagan is a guy you can go up there and you can hunt fastball up in the zone. He's got a good one, but he throws it a lot. He's got a cutter and a split. He'll throw down with 2 strikes as well.
18 saves, 3rd in the National League. Here's Marcelo Meyer. He goes after the first one. It was the fastball at 96, and he sliced one foul out of play down the left field line. Meyer doubled and scored in the 7th inning, 1 for 3. Every Walmart wall ball means another donation to the Massachusetts Fallen Heroes, supporting Gold Star families. Learn more at massfallenheroes.org, brought to us by Walmart, proudly supporting veterans in our great community. Pagan comes set just above the belt. Looks at Rafaela and throws a pitch down and in to Meyer, with Gonzalez scheduled to hit next. Not a save situation for Pagan. His 1-1 pitch is taken inside at 97.
So often, Sean, you see closers come in these games in non-save situations, whether the game's tied, whether it's a bigger lead like this. And I don't know if it's mental or what, but they do not always have their best stuff in those spots.
Pagan's pitch swung on and missed. The splitter away. Meyer chased a bad ball well off the plate outside. Didn't come close to it. Pagan entering this outing holding the opponents to a 145 batting average. The best mark among National League pitchers who've faced at least 100 hitters. Check swing at a ball in the dirt. It's a strike. They tag him out, does the catcher Stevenson. So Meyer strikes out.
Very good split finger from Pagan right there. You have to gear up for that fastball that he throws so often, firm upper 90s, top of the zone. He has a good split that starts middle of the plate and just dives to the ground.
So 1 out. Here's Romy Gonzalez. It was a sacrifice fly and a double, RBI double. He was thrown out trying to go to third with nobody out, which was a big play. In the first of several miscues, or one of several miscues anyway, by the Red Sox, both on the base paths and in the field. More the same. They're not going to be a realistic playoff contender. They keep hurting themselves as they do so often. The pitch down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Rome's up to 307. Pagan delivers. It's a cutter, fouled out of play, very high foul ball into the roof box seats on the first base side. Connor Wong is on deck. Pagan, 34 years old. His 1-2 pitch is sliced foul and out of play. Emilio's been around Seattle, Oakland, Tampa Bay, San Diego, Minnesota, and now Cincinnati. It's his 2nd season with the Reds. Rafaela leads from second, hands on his knees. Short lead, the second baseman's close enough. Gavin Lux eyeing him. A 1-2 pitch and a foul ball straight back. Eight for Cincinnati, 23 hits in this game. 12 of them belong to the Reds. Red Sox have made 2 errors. Cincinnati's committed 1. Another 1-2 pitch and a fastball wide. Well, up in Toronto, Aaron Judge hit a 2-run homer. And it's now 9-9, Yankees and Blue Jays.
Wow.
Toronto had an 8-0 lead in the second inning. 7-0 after one swing, and a foul ball off the left foot of Gonzalez has him hopping around the home plate area, now trying to walk it off. Ooh, straight down off
right on the shin.
Shin.
Yeah, that was a split finger that just ran in on the hands. Doesn't throw that very often to righties.
That hurt. Looked like it hit him on the back leg. Usually you follow it off your front foot or leg. That looked like it got him on the right knee, just below it. Brian O'Nora gives him a little time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Romy waging a tough at bat here. Red Sox need 2 more base runners to get the tying run to the plate. Pagan's pitch off the end of the bat, a foul ball. Outfield around toward right for Romy. Right fielder Benson relatively shallow, a couple of steps shallower than what you would ordinarily see. Swing and a miss. A foul tip, says O'Nora, on an inside fastball. And the Red Sox are down to their final out.
Yeah, Romy put up a fight, 9 pitches in. 97. That's that rising fastball from Pagan that he throws so often.
So the Red Sox down to their last out, and Connor Wong is the batter. He lines one to center. It's hanging in the air too long, and Friedel's going to run it down, running toward the gap in left center for the final out of the ball game. A disheartening loss for the Red Sox. Well positioned to sweep this series when they led 3-0 after 6 innings. But the pitching, base running, and defense were all disastrous over the last 3 innings, and the Reds salvage 1 win. And they'll leave Fenway Park with their 45th victory of the year against 42 defeats. The Red Sox squander a chance to get to 500 and fall to 43 and 45. 8-4 the final. The Reds victorious. We'll have the totals and more in a moment on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
The totals for tonight's game for Cincinnati: 8 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, and 9 men left on base. For Boston, 4 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors, which were a factor, and 5 men left on base. Winning pitchers, the Red starter Nick Martinez, now 1-3 in his career against the Red Sox. He's 6-8 in this 2025 season for the Reds. The loser, Greg Weissert, who had a rough relief outing, gave up 5 runs. All of those were in the 7th inning, but only 3 of them were earned. Time of the game, 2 hours and 47 minutes before 35,845. Wilyer Abreu hit a 2-run homer for the Red Sox that gave them a 3-0 lead in the 6th, but the game changed in the 7th against Weissert on the grand slam by Christian Encarnacion Strand, his first career grand slam. And the defense unraveled as well, Will, and you made the point very well and very succinctly. If the Red Sox are going to continue to play like this, almost be their own worst enemy frequently, it's hard to imagine them being a playoff team. You can't continue to make the kind of mistakes they make in the field and on the base path.
Yeah, you can't continue to lead baseball in errors. You're right up there in unearned runs as well. 55 now. These are just extra ouch you're giving big league hitters, and they're generally going to make it hurt when you leave that opportunity open for them. You saw that tonight, and it wasn't just the errors. It was the plays that maybe just weren't made, throws going to wrong bases, lack of awareness, and a few of the big base running mistakes, which we've seen that a few times throughout this season as well. And look, this was a series win, which is a positive. It's just a solemn ending to that, the way these last 3 innings went for the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, indeed it was. You mentioned it, not just the errors, but balls that could have been caught and weren't. Roman Anthony, the throw to second base when they had the runner, all he did was make an accurate throw. He airmails the player at second base, getting ready to handle the throw. Just one of those nights, and there have been too many of those kinds of nights for the Red Sox, who squander a great chance to get to 500. They'll have an off day tomorrow and head out on the road to take on the Washington Nationals starting Friday morning. Red Sox leave Fenway with a record of 43-45. Will, enjoyed being with you here the last couple of nights. You're doing a terrific job, both on radio and TV, carrying Will Fleming most nights.
Well, yeah, it was a blast. And up until that point, you were undefeated this season.
I was. That's sort of disheartening. I was 4-0 in the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network booth, and it was looking like 5-0, but what can you do? Final score, the Cincinnati Reds 8 and the Boston Red Sox 4. For Will Middlebrook, Sean McDonough. So long from Fenway Park. Stay tuned for the Nissan postgame show with Joe Weil coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Once again, the Red Sox are their own worst enemy. They lose the finale against the Cincinnati Reds 8-4. Sloppy defense, and they blow a 3-0 lead here at Fenway as the Reds remain the only team in Major League Baseball that has not been swept. Joe Weil with you. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. And before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Two more errors from the defense, bad base running, and again, the Sox end up losing by a score of 8-4 against the Cincinnati Reds. It was a bullpen game in this one, and early on it looked pretty good, but then Greg Weissert ends up allowing 5 runs in an inning of work, and he ends up getting saddled with the loss in this one to fall to 2-3 in this year. As a group, though, the Red Sox did secure 6 strikeouts, and the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. And tonight, Red Sox pitchers, as I mentioned, had 6 strikeouts, so that means another $300 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. And for every double the Red Sox hit, we'll donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. Our tally for the season is now up to $6,000. And the Red Sox tonight hit 4 doubles. It was nice to see Cedar Rafaela smack 2 doubles of his own. Trevor Story also had a double, as did Romy Gonzalez. But the one from Romy really hurts, and it's one that we'll look back on as we reflect upon this game, and we'll talk about it more in Red Sox Review. That's one that he'll want back in the sense of trying to extend it into a triple, because he brought home Marcelo Meyer to make it a 1-run game at that point, but then tried to extend it into 3, and he was thrown out at third base 7-5, and it ends up being the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning. An absolute killer and a base-running blunder from Romy Gonzalez, who has been awesome. He's been a great reserve for this Sox team, but you could see it on the Nesson broadcast, his face after, just completely upset at himself for making that type of play. For every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, the Red Sox Radio Network will donate $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation. You should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com to donate your car today. That's Cars with a K. 1 home run tonight. It came from Wilyer Abreu. Another home run in this series, the 3rd of the series for Wilyer, and he's up to 17 now on the season. A 2-run shot in the 6th inning that made it 3-0 Red Sox. But again, the Reds took the lead right after that in the top of the 7th inning, and they would not relinquish it. They win it by a score of 8-4 tonight against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. You've been listening, or you are listening to the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Coming up, we will get you the Subaru of New England scoreboard update. We'll also preview the series opener coming up in the nation's capital against the Washington Nationals. We'll also get you the McFarland Energy play of the game as well. So again, Reds beat the Red Sox in the series finale 8-4. I'm Joe Weil. You are listening to the Nissan postgame show, and we will be back right after this along the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.